Mosteller turns Garza. Garza in the wheel. They fly apart to the line. Well, the time is now for the 29th e-ticket event. We've all been looking forward to Alabama since Darlington, since Le Mans, since Daytona for so many of you. And here we stand for some awaiting 188 laps, 500 miles with 43 drivers out of one great Talladega night. I'm John Ramos, the voice of NR. To my right sits Jarrett Lumberg, and Jarrett last year solidified this great event for years to come. Today we come back. The drivers we know, some may be coming for the first time, all knowing that there is nothing but the unknowns ahead.
Yeah, and the big thing is, John, it's not over till it's over. And I know that's a cliche. I know everyone says that with Talladega, but we had proof last year in concept when it came to this. Last year, coming out of turn 4, TCB was leading, blocking back and forth all over, trying to get the win out of 4 into the tri-oval. Where did he finish? 25th. He finished 25th, nowhere close to the fight for the win coming out of the tri-oval. So it is not over till it's over. It's not a cliche. It's a way of life.
You know, last time Zachary Truel went to a baseball game, he said, it ain't over till it's over. And I know we're not allowed to compare baseball and stock car racing, let alone stick and ball, but it almost is reminiscent of that. How many games have we been to? 8 innings, 0-0. 9th inning, explodes. Tonight, it could almost be that way because of how this aero package has once again changed. Just because we bring the next gens mostly to super speedways for e-tickets doesn't mean it's just a copy and paste of the next event from one month to the next. The big question now, can all 43 drivers stick together for 500 miles? Side drafting has become such a big topic. When you see 3 wide, when you see 4 wide, and all of a sudden desperation mode sets in, drivers try to latch onto each other, they start to fall back, and that's where you see group 1 to group 2, even group 3 to group 4, where then they start going single file, hoping to catch back up to the race leaders.
Yeah, and we've had a lot of drivers talk about this, the fact that it's going to be a race that you need to retain track position. You get hung out to dry, you are really hung out to dry. If you don't catch that draft right away, you might just be shipped out completely. And when you add that part of it, that we're going to probably get more separation, that there's going to be a bit of a longer pack than usual, and maybe not a 4-wide bonanza right at the start like we had last year, that then I think brings in the fuel mileage aspect of it. Not maybe that it's going to be fuel mileage at the finish, but there may be long green flag runs. There might be pit stops in the middle of those runs, and green flag stops tend to bring that pack apart as well. So you have a lot of things as a driver going against you. If you're somebody in the back, you want to move forward quick. If you're someone up front, you want to hold them back as long as possible.
It almost ties into what you just started this segment with, right? You just don't know what to expect, because on one side of the table we see cautions and the big one, and we see endless times under pacing. And then on the next side, I see something that you just made a video on. A possibility of a caution-free Talladega race. There's no stages in NR Night in America. There's no stages in e-tickets. Once we take the green flag come lap 188, you could, in theory, see the checkered flag with no issues, stuck right in the middle of it. And if it's going to happen, honestly, it's going to happen tonight, where we could go caution-free. But just because of that doesn't mean these drivers aren't going to get bold and courageous at some point during the race. It could happen on lap 25, where you expect it maybe with 10 to go. What you don't know is why you'll be seated for the next 3.5 hours.
Well, and I mean, to add another thing into it, John, I went back and looked at the last couple super speedway events and e-ticket races. And one thing that's a very common aspect is it seems like there's a lot of people getting the jitters early on.
Oh, yeah.
A little worried. Maybe the internet's not working perfectly for them. Maybe they're just wanting to make that crazy move and get some screen time. And we have seen cautions in a lot of these e-tickets in the first 10 laps as well. So we could have a caution-free race. We can talk about that all night long. If somebody makes a bad move on lap 4, we're talking about maybe 10 different guys having their chance swiped away in one bad move.
It's going to be a lot of fun to see, and the biggest wild curveball for some of our college guys, maybe college viewers, it's finals week, it's finals season, and a lot of them had work today. They were trying to get on early at iRacing. The system went down, maintenance for multiple hours. So did they get loose, right? Did they get a little bit comfortable? Only time will tell. Jarrett, that leads us to the best part of Counting Down to Green, the picks. Who is your underdog for tonight's Alabama 500?
Well, this guy to me has been somebody who's, I think, caught a lot of eyes. People want to work with him. He tends to run top 10 in these events during the race. I think that Sean Rowe is a really good option if you're looking for someone to have a little bit of long shot money on.
Sean Rowe, very interesting to see what he can indeed do. That driver of the number 99, the interesting thing about him, that scheme, a real sponsor. Remember, we added the entry fees into NR Night in America for the e-tickets, at least as of recent, and that has become a forthcoming of getting sponsorship. You're going to see that scheme a lot, maybe throughout the entire year, and we talk about brand identity. Love the fact that Sean Rowe runs that, and he's going to be a big, big underdog. For myself, I'm going to have to go for the driver that won scheme of the event. Give me Tyler Tinsley, that SpongeBob throwback. He was a big David Reagan fan growing up. He vividly remembers the SpongeBob 400. He is sponsoring multiple drivers in this field, that of Moss Steller, that of Braden Movick, and with that, he said, that was one of my favorite events. It was also personally one of my own favorite events, that SpongeBob SquarePants 400. Let's bring that to life. Tyler Tinsley, 75, my underdog tonight.
Bikini Bottom will be well represented tonight. But when it comes to those up front, I think I have to stay down there. This guy has went down my power rankings a little bit. He's had trouble since he got his 2 e-ticket wins at super speedways, but I still think he has a really good run in him. Give me Daniel Mosteller. You never can count him out in these events.
No, you really just cannot. But the question is, what have you done for me recently? Do you probably question that? That's why he's at 4, maybe not a 2?
That's exactly why. I question just, there's a lot of times that he'll work with people and they run up front, but he's usually the one who either gets taken out or some bad luck happens to him.
You know what? I'm almost in that same boat, but not really with Demos at 4. I would say Garza, because Adam Garza, he probably should have won the Florida 500. But guess what happened? The block didn't work. Demos went for that move. And what has Garza done for us recently? Not win a lot of races, but in testing, he's been quick. He's been quick in e-tickets on super speedways. A one driver, maybe one of multiple that you would say is very much due. Jarrett, number 3, we're getting to the podium.
Well, you know, one thing you brought up was, what have you done for me lately? Well, all Van Drugman does is win. 2 for 2 in his 2 e-ticket starts. Why can't he make it 3 for 3?
That's a really good question, right? Van Drugman went into the World Grand Prix and we were like, oh, this is a road course ringer.
Yep.
Let's see what he can do, right? Boom, wins. Darlington, didn't talk about him at all. Boom, won. Now I'm questioning Super Speedway. I don't really have many notes on Van Drugman. He purposely stayed out of all the testing so he could be that big question mark again. That is a really good bet. And who knows, 3 in a row? No one's ever done it before.
He'd be driver of the year at that point already in April.
Come number 3, I'm going to have to stick with just what we know, Daniel Mosteller. He won this event. He's the defending Alabama 500 winner. He's a 2-time e-ticket winner as well. But I look at NWP and I say, what can he not control that he gets caught up in? Really, all of PCR is that way. I look at the Great American 500, the Florida 500, the World Grand Prix as well, and even Darlington. I don't see that just intensity out of that 87 this year. It could turn around very quickly in this event. That's why he's number 3, because you can't count him out, but he's not my number 1 because of that same reason.
Well, somebody who for me was close to number 1, he, I think, was the driver of the race for almost the entirety of the Florida 500. Ran up front, led tons of laps, never got shuffled out that far, Adam Garza in that 8 machine. I think the Great 8 will be great at Talladega again. He's going to be up front running for the win tonight.
Right, new sponsor, Cardano on the hood. That is actually a cryptocurrency that came on board to sponsor him. You look for that 8 machine. He's branding himself that way. Keep an eye. You're not going to be able to miss him. My number 2, a little bit different. I'm going to get a little bold here. It was huge in the later half of 22. Pretty good in 23. He won the LCQ of the Florida 500 and was so close to winning his first e-ticket event. I think the tides turned for Abraham Vila. That throwback to Jamie McMurray. He runs to number 1, but the livery was based off the 26. He's just someone that is so due. And you're getting into the question of if he will ever win one. I think tonight's the best night he could possibly get it done.
It just seems like every race he's up there, but just something gets in the way and stops him. That's really, to me, I don't know what it is. He'll run top 5 every race, and it's like Jamie McMurray so many times. If you remember, between his first and second win, it was, I believe, almost 5 years for Jamie McMurray, and it seems like he has that luck in the e-tickets. Abraham Vila does. But my win pick, gonna go a little chalk here. He ran up front in Florida. Only thing that can stop him was really his own mistake. Braden Movick, him and Mosteller worked together perfectly in the duels of the Florida 500. They worked together great during the race. Ultimately, as the pack split up, they weren't able to stay together. Things happen. He can easily get this one. Maybe not easily. It's a great field. But he very, very well could get this win tonight.
I'm going to be honest. I think tonight's going to come down to teamwork. And you may be surprised. I'm going to let you know right now, spoiler, it's not Movick going to victory lane for me. If you're going to win, you're going to need guys behind you. You're going to have to stay in that main group. I think that's going to be a huge talking point that we haven't really seen much in the community outside of the main group of 43. That's where I say PBR, welcome back to victory lane with a newcomer in James Bomar, the Sundrop livery based off of the Dale Earnhardt number 8. Bomar was really good in the Florida 500. He was pretty solid in the NWP 400. Can he just get that final stride? And I think that's where he's been struggling. Those final 10, 15, 20 laps easily gets shuffled out. If PBR can bring their A game, one of them are going to victory lane tonight. We mentioned Sean Rowe. I say James Bomar claims victory in the Alabama 500.
Maybe that teamwork, maybe that added aspect could be what vaults him over the edge and gets him that win.
Well, race fans, I know a couple of you have maybe missed the last couple of e-ticket events. Let's go ahead and do a quick recap before we go trackside for qualifying. You're watching the 2025 Alabama 500.
For the folks back home, sit back and relax because we're going green from Talladega.
This is and will forever be the biggest and the baddest event on Sim. An event you know oh so well. Ready to kick off the 2025 season. Let's light the fuse at the world center of racing. Then what you just saw, Movick in the wall. There goes the 3 around right to the center of the field. Matthew Baker gets a piece of it. Lane Sanders hits the outside retaining wall, and the caution will wave.
They're still wrecking.
Lap 15-16. Adam Garza is running the race of his life right now. Has never been in a bigger situation in sim racing. One stop down below, that's Nathan Dew. Abraham Vila sits Catbird with the strongest super speedway driver to ever race in an e-ticket event. A lap and a half from glory from any of these 10 machines.
And now it's Mosteller looking to make the move. He's got Vila behind him. Those guys in the bottom not mounting the run just yet. A little bit of a gap between the 1 and the 87. He might be able to make a run here.
Frank Horley is screaming, push me, get me to the front. The inside lane tried anything and everything to go up there and compete for the win.
There's a little gap now. Mosteller still stays with them. The 8-car leads into 3 and 4. Real makes the move down low in the 40. Nobody making a move yet. Enough to get the 8.
This is the finish of the 26 e-ticket event. Mosteller turns Garza. Garza into Real. They fly apart to the line. Kai Collymore, first career e-ticket win. He wins the Florida 500 in stunning fashion. Today is the day of firsts. The first road course e-ticket, the first overseas e-ticket, the first timed race, the first race to have over 50 drivers strong take the green flag in France. Let's light the fuse from Le Mans. 5 and 6, this is the yeses. Who's the race leader? It's Conklin, and he's off into the gravel.
You're going to be on here for a while. 204, 205, 6, 7, getting up to 210. Heck, going all over the place in the back.
This is Dominic Barbagallo trying to keep them at bay. Joe West is in 18th. Everett Krauts is in 19th and 20th. I mean, it's like the 405 at rush hour from anywhere from 15th on back.
It's not too quiet back there. 3 and 4 wide.
Oh, Mubick! Braden Mubick is off into Daytona Beach. Goes for a loop, gets him backfired, and loses in around.
And he's around again. And now Schmidt goes around with him.
Sean Conklin is in.
He's going to cut it in half.
Wow. You got to stay out now. You have to take over.
You have to.
There's no way you win this race if you take tires. Don't make the mistake. And you go to victory lane. Conklin through the Ford chicane.
Doesn't go wide. Perfect corner for him. Does the 12 get out in time? He's out.
Do it. They're going to be racing a Dunlop. There's Conklin. There's Van Drugman. Van Drugman, new race leader.
Oh, it's going to be close. The 54 is there.
3 hours of racing, 7 to go.
Oh, they're close. No contact. Smokes him again for Conklin, but he has the lead. Crossover.
Van Drugman, the switchback.
Oh, he hit him. Contact between the two of them.
And they're still even for the race lead. Conklin now a nose out in front heading to turn 8.
Conklin got into his left rear. Now Drugman right behind him.
This is not the first time Ford has gone to war in Europe. Through Dunlop, head into the S's. Can Drugman outduel Sean Conklin? Turn 7. Brace just once more. Drugman 12. Conklin 54.
No contact again. Smokes the tires up. Drugman going to try and pull that crossover. He's there.
He's going to do it. Van Drugman, the race leader in the closing moments of this race. Now can Conklin get him in Indianapolis?
Lead change with half a lap to go. This is the gap for the win, the battle for the win. Big send by the 54 of Conklin. He sends it. He spins. He's around.
And Van Drugman can start to celebrate. Chevrolet led the way early on, but it came down to the blue oval running in 12 with the final moments. The first road course e-ticket title will go to a first-time e-ticket winner. Final time through the Ford chicane. He'll roll this time around, and Van Drugman will be held center stage in France. Van Drugman wins the World Grand Prix at Le Mans. The Southern 500. Let's light the fuse from Darlington Raceway. Now those lights are not turning on, and we're getting pretty dark into this race, so race control is keeping an eye on things. Oh, Jackson Carr got attacked. Mosteller around. 3. Into the inside wall. Michael Mitchum got a piece of it. The caution will wave with 79 laps to go.
Braden Mubick is going to try and do that strategy. Get the tire advantage. Don't speed. That's the biggest part. Do not speed.
Gets it down.
Has his early pit stall. Another crash. Crash! Mubick's in it too. Gavin Austin in it.
Caution's going to wave.
He makes it down low. Horn gets the run up top in the wall. Horn's in the wall. He cuts off Burrows, cuts the momentum. Van Drugman, your new leader with 6 laps to go.
Back to the center of the corner. Drugman loose. Burrows advantage. It's going to be one of those classic E-ticket finishes. This is it. The track too tough to tame comes down to the top two. Burrows 62. Sends in a heave. Will be too far back. Van Drugman goes back to back with E-ticket titles. He takes it from Darlington and wins the Southern 500.
This is Talladega.
And just like that, we're topside, high above the Talladega Superspeedway. I'm John Ramos alongside Jarrett Lumberg, getting ready for the 29th E-ticket event. Drivers are working their way onto the speedway now to set down their qualifying times ahead of 500 miles. So many great things to look at, so many great stories heading in, and this, not even a piece of the pie really when it comes down to what qualifying could go ahead and bring. But oh boy, all 43 drivers ready to shake the rust off and get ready to see what they can bring.
Yeah, and you know, there is a little bit on the line too as well. We talked about earlier for getting the pole in this race, John.
Yes, so the big thing to know, running up front, staying up front gets you two possible big bonus opportunities. To get the fastest lap in the race, you will be able to go ahead and claim a $20 extra bonus, that from Vega Autosport. And then if you lead the most laps in the event, Sanders Racing Designs will bring you the rest of the way with an extra $20. So bonus opportunities where you qualify could mean big opportunities for the big event.
Yeah, and you see Lane Sanders on the track as we speak in that number 86 machine, red, white, and blue, fitting for this race. And I think that's something you're going to see is a little more importance, not only for the money aspect of it, but just for the starting aspect put on qualifying for this race.
So single car runs, not the 200 we expect to see come the event. Why? A lot of drag with this next gen, but every 10th does count. Keep that all in mind. And we're very thankful for all the opportunities we have had with Vega Dog Autosport coming on board as an associate sponsor, as well as Sanders Racing Designs. No one has let it down a time till now. Adam Garza, Joseph Armstrong, first two on the board.
Gavin Austin with that Talladega Nights scheme. Nice little throwback, but his own little flair on it too. You are definitely going to be able to see that car in the field, John. Malik Ray goes up to the second position on the board. You already see how close these guys are in lap time.
Yeah, and this is just for some like clockwork. They've been here before. They've worked with this stuff before. Now can they just be in position when it matters the most? Cody Workman.
Yeah, he's somebody who's flown under the radar in a lot of this, but he's been putting a ton of work into this event. I'll say super speedway wise, but just e-ticket wise in general, he's probably put in, if not the most, way up there on the list when it comes to work into these e-ticket events, practice and wise. Riker Byram, that red, white, and blue Whataburger machine, he is, don't see him in the top 10. We're already seeing all the way down the pack though. Top 30 starting to put laps down. Minute 50 or less remaining. And that's Burns now up to the second spot, front row. And I know there's a lot of fans at home that might like this one. The Bedchem car, Christian Delgado, Sabrina Carpenter. William Byron, where are you at?
Thinking about me, I think Christian Delgado is thinking about finding victory lane. You're going to see this ladder match continuing on the left side of the pylon. For the folks watching back at home, you can catch every e-ticket event live on the IDK Player YouTube channel. Caution free. No, we're not exactly sure. Commercial free. You can expect that tonight as all these drivers continue to gear up lap after lap. Minutes will soon turn into seconds before we grid up to take the green flag tonight.
Minute remaining in the session. William Schmidt has the pole as we run by about 200ths. There's Terrell Baker, the guy who led out of 4 and didn't get the win last year, finished 25th. Kenny Reel, though, top of the board in that 11.
Want to go ahead and acknowledge some things. As you guys possibly saw coming on in with the pre-race show, it said the Area Cup Series was on tonight. If you were here just a little bit before we went live, there was a YouTube glitch that moved our initial title from the 2025 Alabama 500 at Talladega Live to the Area Cup Series. You can catch the Area Cup Series coming up this Monday. Just a small hiccup on the YouTube side, but no worries. We're ready to go green with the Alabama 500. Thank you to Eric W. and everyone else down in the chat below for acknowledging that. Eric W., thank you so much for gifting the 5 memberships. For the ones that go ahead and super chat throughout the stream, once we do see a caution flag, we'll continue to go ahead and shout you out. Big news as they strike 0. It's Kenny Reel and Toyota leading us to green.
And James Bomar jumps up to the front row, second in that number 20 machine.
As the Toyotas line it up, William Schmidt in the 3rd. He's supposed to be our closer. We're supposed to see him later on. Patrick Connell, first e-ticket start. He attempted to make the Florida 500, wasn't able to do so from the duels. He gets a 10th place positioning. Lane Sanders in the 9th, but some big dogs deep in the field. Van Drugman, Eladam Contreras, Justin Champagne, and TCB. He's going for 3. Last time he came to Talladega, what happened? Engine expired in the tailgate 400. Can he rebound tonight?
I mean, there's others. Muvik, he is outside the top 35. Vila, 41st on the board. Track position's going to be important tonight, so this really does matter for not just the start of your race, but the entirety.
Entirety indeed. They're going to line up 2 by 2, and in just a matter of moments, we'll be ready to pace around for the Alabama 500. Once again, to the folks watching back at home, we're so glad to have you with us as we get ready to go green. Jarrett, couple thoughts as they line up here on the grid. What stands out to you?
I think what stands out to me is that a lot of the favorites aren't towards the front. So you're going to see probably guys that are either going to be trying to stay in the back, and whether or not that's smart or not, we'll find out, or guys that are going to be trying to fly their way forward. I think we're going to see some shuffling to start this race out.
I like that idea. Shuffle the deck. What can you guys do? So as these drivers get ready to lock into their vehicles, make sure everything is right, you actually mentioned it in the pre-race show. Sim to reality, what coincides, what doesn't. Okay, well, when drivers get ready for a race to start in person, they make sure their straps are all in, right? The Hans device is locked in. For these drivers, check the upload speed, the download speed, to make sure nothing is amiss on your phone, because blinking out, we've seen it before. Some other things to know. The graphics, make sure the graphics are all good. Your wheel is locked in. Make sure you had everything right on rotation. The force feedback is where you want it to be. This is the time to do so, because once we go green flag racing, you're not going to have that opportunity.
No, and if you do have those problems, it could screw up your race, somebody else's race. There's a lot that goes into this for these drivers, and it's easy to maybe miss one of those things as they get rolling.
This is the time. We welcome you all from around the world to the Alabama 500 as we get ready to see your starting lineup for the 43 car field that have entered in today's event. So they'll climb the 33 degrees of banking for those warm-up laps. Left side of your screen, no more, because it becomes the bottom of your screen. Row number 1, Kenny Reel, James Bomar. Toyota's leading us to green.
Second row, William Schmidt, the closer, next to Malik Ray, who won the NWP 400 last year.
Row number 3 has Sean Rowe with Mitchell Armstrong, a very young dog looking to put a fight in this.
Row 4, we got Cody Workman. He's somebody who's been putting a lot of work into it, and it's starting to pay off. And Joe Armstrong in that 22, starting 8th.
Row number 5, Lane Sanders. He calls himself the local favorite, the local hero. He has a teammate to his outside, Patrick Connell, running with War Machine.
Just outside the top 10, row 6, Gavin Austin, that number 2 machine, and Spencer Burns in the 06, back trying for another one.
Row number 7, we find Adam Garza lined up with Trevor Huff. Huff running that 55 machine with the Beckman side, Garza with PBR.
In row 8, Derek Shaver in the 30 and Max Steinmeier in the 23, 2 under the radar guys.
Row number 9, Hector Collazo is back in his number 95 that he raced at the World Grand Prix with Chad Thornquist, looking to see if he can be the first driver to win 3 e-tickets with 3 different manufacturers.
Ending off the top 20, Daniel Mosteller, a favorite starting mid-pack next to Yair Rodriguez, another one who just keeps going under the radar.
Row number 11, Zachary Truel joins in with Eladam Contreras. Eladam once again changing from the 18 to the 92 this season.
In row 12, Skyver Comstock and Dale Greenwood entered the back half of the field.
Row 13, Van Drugman. Can he go 3 in a row? But the eyes of Texas are going to be upon him. How about a Sidem with Riker Bayarn?
In row 14, Josh Kenyon, that number 27 machine, and of course the Sabrina Carpenter car, Christian Delgado, starting in 28.
Row 15, you see it. Davis Lewis is back for action with Tyler Tinsley once again, scheme of the event. Can he bring it to victory lane?
Chase Crawl, another really good scheme in that 88 machine, and Justin Champagne should be somebody running up front. Gonna have a long way to go to get there.
Row 17 finds another pair, this being Dominic Barbagallo and David Joyner. Joyner sponsoring with Vega.
Row 18, Nathan Dew there with Braden Mubbock. Both of them, for different reasons, have taken the headlines in recent months.
Row 19, Terrell Baker and Chad Hornish join on in. Deep in the field, but not out of it yet.
And exiting the top 40, we got Xander McKinney in that 66 machine, as well as Dean Brummett in 40th.
Row 21, Abraham Vila has come to play, and Carlos Truther is going to be just right with him.
And rounding out the field is Gavin Gomez in that 19. He's going to be your Mr. Irrelevant tonight.
It's going to be a great lineup as those 43 drivers have lined up, showed up as we get ready to see the green flag. So next time by, we'll get the one to go. Talladega has proven to be tough on internet in times past. Because of that, they're giving these drivers one more lap. Check that frame rate. Check the wheels. Check what you need. Big story heading in that I heard from Braden Mubbock a little bit late. He said he's going to be riding around in the back, at least to start. He's worried about his internet and what things could happen. That's why in the tailgate 400, you didn't see him up front till the end. He plans on doing the same here tonight.
Well, and you know, we talk all about how it could be, what could happen, internet, racing, all of that. But last year we talked about the same stuff. And the first 30, 35 laps of this race might have been some of the greatest sim racing we've ever seen. 3, 4, 5 wide passing all over the place. We could very easily see the same thing. But you're looking up front, and John, if you're looking at the side of the board, top 20, it is all Toyota and Chevrolet. Ford, nowhere to be found.
No, and that's starting to be a common theme. The Toyotas have really started working together well. Chevrolets, I feel like it's almost like, I'll work with you, but I won't work with you long term. Those PBR boys are going to be something to watch. Sean Rowe, Bomar, I think Kenny Reel is coming in with the Alliance as well, at least just for this week. Yes, Adam Garza's a Chevrolet, but he's still in that PBR camp. And we didn't talk about Max Steinmeier. What can Jumpman do back in 16?
I think he can do a lot. I mean, you're seeing a lot of really good drivers and a lot of unproven drivers all mixed and jumbled together.
You will see the one to go this time by, as Kenny Reel and James Bomar lock in.
See, it's these moments you have to think, you know, it's either you're ready and you're just chomping at the bit to get it racing, or you're nervous. You're like, all right, let's get these first few laps done. Let's just get the jitters out, and then we'll be good to roll. No wreck, just clean racing. Get with the guys I want to draft with and go from there.
The green flag ahead of Talladega, we all get that feeling, right? 43 drivers have that feeling. The hundreds watching back at home have that feeling. Jarrett, I get that feeling still, you know, and even when I go in person and I come back home to do these events, you just don't know. And I think it's what keeps these people coming back. Who's going to win? Is it that person I watch every Tuesday or Friday night? Is it going to be someone that's brand new? And that's what we're going to go ahead and see.
Yeah, there's something about Talladega. Something happens, it's always something weird, something odd, whatever it might be. And we're already seeing it.
And they're going to delay this start. They're going to check around the track. So one moment for a pause. These drivers are going to bring it down pit road to check pit road speed. Maybe little changes on that, but at the end of the day, we're going to get ready to do it now next time by. So next time by, we're going to go ahead and get the one to go.
All it does is just raise that hype up, the anticipation, get them all going. I'll just say this, I would be very glad to be up towards the front when we get this thing started.
We will get ready to do it this time by. So they're lined in, they're ready to go as everyone else slots in. Gavin Gomez, Carlos Struther checking pit road speed. And you just have to look back to last year's Alabama 500, right? Look at that and how that went. One more check. That's all you got to do. Check to make sure things are good. And we're going to get ready to send them on off. Bomar and Real, William Schmidt, Malik Ray. Last time Malik Ray ran was with the Florida 500. Here he is. And we all say one more time down that Alabama gang super stretch.
All right, let's get it going. I'm ready, man. I'm getting a little jitters now, not for being up here in the booth, but just for these guys. Like, let's go. Let's just get into the rhythm.
You don't want to ice them either. I think it's going to take about 2 or 3 laps to at least get in that rhythm of, okay, sit back, relax. It's like a long road trip ahead. You know, you can't be thinking how far are we away from our hotel, Dad, by lap 10 or the first 10-minute mark into it. So we're going to see how this goes. Joseph Armstrong, another one to know. He's one of those guys that some are asking, is he going to finally win an e-ticket event? You look a little bit further down, Spencer Burns, Adam Garza, Gavin Austin off turn 4, and it's time to dance. Pace car will make the hard left onto pit road. Every time we work to the great state of Alabama, we ask ourselves, how far can we push the needle of man versus machine? When you put 43 stock cars on a 2.66 mile track like this, you just know that it's gonna be wild. So sit back, relax, and turn it up, because we're gonna light the fuse from Talladega. First time up the speed off turn 2, and 3 wide is already starting to have the bidders on the outside. You have Joseph Armstrong, Spencer Burns, but it's still locked 2x2 up front with the Toyotas.
Bottom line, getting the good push early on. They're starting to pull ahead with Real and Schmidt. There comes Rowe right with them. You're already seeing people bailing each way.
Kenny Real, he went quick time in qualifying. He looks to lead lap 1. Does William Schmidt maybe take it away?
In the back, see Mosteller head to the back. A little further back than he already was. Single file up front. Real leads the first lap. Top 5 single file.
1 down, and now you got 187 laps to go. Chiming in towards the back half of the field. Yes, 2x2 here. From 20th on back, still 3 wide with Trevor Huff. Skylar Comstock lined in there with Dale Greenwood. We saw 3 wide, and I think that worry of breaking away from the main group has already set in.
Yeah, you got to make up that track position while you can get it early on. Down on the bottom, though, it's looking like they're getting a bit of a run, bit of a stack up as Bomar starts working his way forward. Both lines can move. Rowe is going to jump out and join.
There's that PBR teammate trying to come to work to the aid on that second lane. Toyota slot in the first 2 rows on the bottom. Oh, Kenny Real out of line. Was that a bailout or a slip-up? Nonetheless, it brings us 3 wide of the stripe as Sean Rowe leads the top end of the speedway.
Rowe in the top row itself is the beneficiary of that. Workman now jumps up to second. Armstrong battling for third, but the bottom gets it back going.
And it is a blanket of Toyotas with just a couple Chevrolets separated from about the 4th, 6th, maybe 9th position alone. You got Real, you got Rowe, you got Schmidt, Joseph Armstrong, Chad Thornquist, Those two love to lead early and set the tone, control the pace. Armstrong dicing his way to the middle, finds the back end of the row.
Cody Workman, he's going to be the one that shuffled and all that. He gets a little bit of help behind him. Up front row goes down to the bottom to block for a moment. Down in the middle, Armstrong around there goes Thurnquist, and Dew around in there too.
Chad Thurnquist, a late move, and it's going to bring the caution out, working lap 3 of 188.
And you see guys that were up towards the front of that thing that were involved. You see guys that were hanging out in the back involved. The 67, that being Chad Thurnquist. Wow. I think he's done.
I think that's it. And we saw it from a pretty good view. Very aggressive, trying to go for the middle. I don't think Armstrong wanted to let him on by. It was a mix of some drivers, hey, let's go, let's go, let's go. Other drivers, sit back, relax, sit back, relax. It's a 500-mile event. Second Talladega e-ticket in a row that we had a caution before lap 5. I don't think anybody else really got damage, minus the Chad Thurnquist 67. Oh man, Carlos Truther, I stand corrected. Heavy damage on his 54.
Well, there's some others too as the hood flies up on his car, but we talked about it too in the pre-race show, is that while they could go and have a long green run still tonight, 184 laps left of this thing. John, we've had like opening 10 laps cautions on so many e-tickets. I mean, the 4 to 500 we had that, I believe, lap 6.
Look at Tyler Tinsley, heavy damage for his 75 as well. We're going to check back on a replay. And what looked at first was maybe one car really badly damaged. Well, a different standpoint. We're going to check in on the Chad Thurnquist machine. Joe went to block, but then you got to question Thurnquist going for such a small gap. It was lap 3, not 3 to go.
Let's see. Dew went around in front of Delgado, I noticed. There's a bit of damage on Dean Brummett's right front as well. There's damage on that 75, but yeah, I believe that 67 is done for the night. Toast. Last place finish.
Watch again. I mean, Joe barely went down.
That 67 made such a quick move, though. It was hard for a reaction. You see, Dew goes around in front of Kenyon, hits the 13. Comstock around. Oh, yeah, Dean Brummett hard into the wall in the back. You had guys who started in the first 2 or 3 rows crashing that, and you had the guy who started last in this race crashing that.
The first thing the drivers are going to do is talk about Thurnquist's commitment to the community and to this race. He was the last to join the league. He was barely in any tests, and the first thing he does is walk on stage and almost completely slip up the show in a way for multiple drivers. So I would say that town hall on the Discord is going to be very interesting come next week. Chad Thurnquist is the first retiree of the Alabama 500. Gavin Gomez, Carlos Truther on pit road. Dean Brummett is there. Xander McKinney is in as well. Braden Mulvick, I don't see any damage from him. Same with Moss Stellar. Tyler Tinsley, hefty damage to his right side. I think we have to go ahead and chime in with some drivers. Wow. A very interesting situation. Joe Armstrong, not at fault at all, but it happened quickly just to your left wing. What did you see?
Well, we made the move down the back, and we had the run in the 3. Got to the inside of Workman. Pushing Sean clears down, so I'll start backing up to Thurnquist to build a run, so I can kind of get around Sean. And as I'm backing up, he just got a lot of momentum, and instead of pushing me, he kind of tried to shoot the gap, and I budged down slightly, but I think he had already gotten to Kenny at that point, and then it was kind of on from there. I wouldn't say hate that it happened, but it's unfortunate that it happened because it took out a lot of other guys that had nothing to do with it. But I guess that's just Talladega, right? So fortunately, my car is clean, and we're at the front, so we're gonna try to lead as many laps as possible.
You like controlling the race? You just mentioned leading as many laps as possible for the bonus, or just the end goal of the win come lap 188?
I think right now it doesn't necessarily matter as much. I would like I feel a little bit more comfortable being at the front. Obviously, you're pretty much, I mean, you saw from that wreck, if you're, it can be as far up as the second row on back, you're definitely prone to getting involved in the yellow. So just for the sake of control, but also for the sake of the bonus too.
All right, we're going to set up a restart here. Lights already off. You got Sean Rowe to the inside. Good luck from here on out.
All right, thank you.
Okay, already a little bit of agreeing to disagreeing and displeasure from some of the viewers and the drivers in the live chat below. Jarrett, you've had the opportunity to listen to some of these drivers. Final thoughts on what just happened before we take on the rest of this event.
I just think too early to make that quick of a move. I get that track position's very important, but when you're racing in the top 4 or 5, we don't need to be making bonsai moves up the middle on lap 4. And it goes both ways too. There was a late block. I think that this, get the jitters out, chill,
And it's one of those things, Chad Thornquist, he races in NR Night in America still, but he doesn't get that e-ticket presence anymore. He used to join the non-super speedway e-tickets, right? But now he's one of those super speedway regulars. And unfortunately, at 6 laps in, that happens. You think back to the Indiana 500 where he had his incident off turn 2 early on. But what was the similarity between this event, at least in the Indiana 500? Well, when it came down to the end, that's where the magic really took its place. Caution early on of this Alabama 500. Sean Rowe and Joseph Armstrong will lead us back to the restart zone as we go back green in the e-ticket event, the 29th of that at Talladega. Outside line disappearing. Inside lane, it has the numbers to turn 2.
But they're building it back up in the pack, building up that run up front as a small pack of about 10 cars racing for the lead. Armstrong has it for now up top, getting the push. He's going to take it.
Carlos Struther, second retiree from this e-ticket event. Him and Chad Thornquist are out. Tyler Tinsley, Gavin Gomez, they're both 1 lap down. David Joyner, final driver on the lead lap, back in the 39th position. William Schmidt, Joseph Armstrong, we've seen these two tandems since 2021. Well away from the rest of the pack on the inside lane as they look to lead the next one coming back to the line.
Oh, and that top line's got it rolling. They might have broke apart early, but they are building up with force. High side with the advantage of about 10 cars.
Contreras in 6th, James Bomar back in 7th, Malik Ray, Zachary Truel on the outside, Kenny Reel just shoving Malik Ray down the backstretch.
Burns makes the move low. He brings Contreras with him. Garza now leads that line. Armstrong nowhere to go, stays up top. Oh, for a bit at least.
Quickly back down to the inside, and now William Schmidt is going to be stuck with Sean Rowe. Joe's going to go back to the aid of Schmidt, allow Adam Garza and Chevrolet to be the first bow tie to attempt to lead a lap. Man, Spencer Burns was hanging on the right side.
That Ada Garza now is the leader up top. It looks like he's going to have to go there because Burns makes the move down low. He has no one with him, though, on the bottom. Top line gets the momentum again.
It's still very racy up front. I was going to say this is where you knock the rust off. No, this is full-blown just go get it. And Zachary Truel with Hector Collazo have found their way into the Elite 8. Rowe drops back to 11th, now make it 12th. The furthest back he's been all race. 2 by 2 with a lot of separation in the middle.
Yeah, separation in the middle as well as the back of the pack. Already some stragglers. Garza gonna give up the good fight. He's going down to the bottom. Collazo follows him. It's gonna be Contreras in that 92 leading for now. But Garza comes back up to lead again.
Contreras in line. Garza to the bottom. Zachary Truel looking still 2 by 2. Maybe now this is where it's set on in as Spencer Burns takes the race lead.
Well, John, this is one of the things that we talked about in the Florida 500 is that 8 of Garza could lead up front, but he always would make the blocks late or the moves late. That seems like something he's been trying to work on. Stay up front more. He makes that move up to the top, leads the top line now. Aggressiveness will get you the win in this race, as dangerous as it is.
Kenny Reel back to 3rd. Elanam Contreras, another one that mainly joins the super speedways now in line with Adam Garza. Some things to note: why Spencer Burns and Malik Ray dice their way through the pack early to at least be 1-2. Who can lead the most laps, let alone the fastest laps in this race? That's what we're going to continue to keep a watchful eye on. Vega Dog Autosport has come on as an associate sponsor to the fastest lap of the race, $20 given to them. I think that's why we see some of these drivers towards the back half of the field sitting in the draft. The fastest part of this track may be now with how things are, or could even be later when the sun starts to set. And then we have none other than Sanders Racing Designs coming on for the most laps led, an extra $20 bonus early on. How unfortunate it is for drivers like Carlos Struther, right? Maybe Tyler Tinsley. You paid the entry fee. You look forward to this all day. We had drivers in the Discord at 4 o'clock in this morning ready for this event, talking about, I got in here about 8 a.m., 9 a.m. to continue to work on the event. We had 10, 12, 13 people sitting around here. And on lap 6, it's done.
Yeah, and you're already seeing like people are feeling their way through and seeing what they can do. John, we've seen some try and make a third line, can't make it happen just yet. We're not really having two trains that are kind of double filing it the entire way. We're still seeing you're able to make moves, make passes, but no third line has been able to form. We see two in the middle now, but that's about it.
You see Josh Kennan quickly tries to swipe in front of Davis Lewis. That's the 6 machine off the end of the Alabama gang super stretch. Adam Garza from the inside back to the outside. Leaves daylight open for Burns, but that top end can't get together correctly. Garza, Contreras dicing their way inches off the outside retaining wall to bring themselves back to the stripe.
You just keep seeing that shuffling. That's what's breaking these lines apart. But Garza, with a push from Contreras, has the lead as they enter 1 and 2.
2 by 2, 33 degrees of banking, and something to note. Last time we came to Talladega, right, for an e-ticket event, early incident. Who caused that one? Adam Garza in the tri-oval, turning Nathan Dew. Some of these drivers very much remember that and keeping that in the back of their minds. Let's actually look a little bit further, deeper in the field, almost a diagnosis of what we've seen change. James Beaumont hanging on back here, highest is second, didn't get to lead a lap. He's now currently running in the 21st position. Just around him, Nathan Dew, he's on the inside. That with Daniel Mosteller as high as 24th, currently 22nd, as low as 42nd. He's riding around. Mosteller back there as well.
Now back up towards the front, there are some moves being made back and forth. Garza now ahead of Burns on the bottom, 3 wide, backing up in the pack is a couple of them. Armstrong makes the move, nobody goes with him.
And it's going to be that chess match back and forth. Justin Champagne on the scene. He had a very funny tweet ahead of this event, almost basically calling himself quote-unquote washed, right? He hasn't been able to make many e-ticket events, either getting bumped out or just work conflicts getting in the way. And for a lot of these drivers that grew up with NR Night in America coming through these e-tickets, one point they're in high school, some were in middle school. Now they're in college, they're in the workforce, and just getting the opportunity to run these e-ticket events, a big, big treat. Justin has not been able to win an e-ticket event. Up front, Armstrong, Malik Ray continue to fight back and forth.
And John, we finally are seeing the 3 lines form up, and they are formed up in entirety all the way back through the pack. Top 2 lines are the middle and the bottom. That middle line going up towards the top. Back and forth, back and forth. Controlling the lines is very important in this race.
That's where Armstrong lines in with Garza. Malik Ray back there in 3rd. Cody Workman in 5th. Workman on the inside lane, a lot of daylight. He's someone that's been trying to get into e-tickets for so long. Denied from one event, denied from the other. Had to prove himself, earn his spot, and he's showing it just 15 laps in.
Up to 3rd position now on that bottom line. Top line, though, with Malik Ray leads the way with Garza. Big push on the high side. They get the advantage.
You know, I honestly think if you're a viewer, you can go on, get some popcorn, come back, and this top 10, top 20 will look vastly different, let alone a bathroom break. But that's what's great about us. 500 miles of caution-free racing. The way they're racing right now, they're going to race like that all the way to the checkered flag. That's what makes sim events so enjoyable, let alone e-ticket events.
Well, I think the difference we're seeing in this race so far, this early on at least, is The racing in this race is so different from the last one. The last one was kind of like looking at a Gen 6 NASCAR race from 2019 to 2021. Crazy bonsai moves, line it up on the top and all of that. This isn't more like a next-gen race, but more like some of those COT races back in the day. If you went back and watched those, the pack was spread out. There would be 2, maybe 3 lines every now and then, but there were a lot of guys making moves back and forth, and that's the difference that these guys have to learn this early on.
I think the definition, character variety, because we're going to see that single file at some point, and then we're going to get those, whoa, it's lap 17, and we're 3 wide, inches apart.
3 wide, and there was a bit of a stack up there on that high line. It's going to shuffle the 8 and 99 back a bit. Armstrong, nonetheless, with that, has Vila now on his bumper, pushing him.
Garza row outside. Some drivers are team owners, others are not. That for Zach Tondreff, watching back at home, keeping an eye on his guys. You ever seen team owners watch a NASCAR race? I think back to when I went to Homestead in 2024. My parents and I spot out Richard Childress. What is he doing? He wasn't watching the leaders, watching the 3, watching the 8, watching the 3, watching the 8. For this, it's the exact same way.
The only time that I can't think of ever seeing an owner not watching their cars during a race is I was at Chicagoland the week after Spingate, and Michael Waltrip wouldn't even go out into the garage. It's the only time I've ever seen an owner not go and actually watch his cars. Other than that, you're right, John, every owner that is in the building that's wanting to improve, they're watching. The one you're watching now is Abraham Vila taking the lead in that McMurray-looking machine. Armstrong, though, not going to give up the fight.
And for the first maybe 6 or 7 rows, for a moment, it was very reminiscent of next-gen racing where they're slamming into each other for 2 lanes. Then they spread apart, back 2 by 2 again, working to the 33 degrees of banking.
The interesting part to add to all this is that we can go about 40 or so laps on fuel, so that's something to watch throughout the rest of the day. Up front, the push. Contreras gives it now to Justin Champagne. Champagne feels like it's been forever since we've seen him lead one of these.
No, I couldn't tell you the last time I've seen just champagne bottles spammed in the live chat. I think that needs to come back, because here he is fighting for the race lead with a rival that has been since 2021. Joseph Armstrong just inside, and even Eladon Contreras has gone on with Champagne a time or 2.
Oh, they've left him out to dry. Armstrong way up the track for the block. Puts it on that 92. Vila's going to take the lead. Incredibly aggressive, 20 laps in.
Great save, Riker Byram, middle of the field. Skylar Comstock on the inside, out to go below the double yellow line. I think it's just a wake-up call saying don't fall asleep if you're going to try to work with me, because here they come. Nose to tail on that outside. The beautiful purple number 1 leads at Talladega.
2-car tandem at the front, but they're not going to break away from this pack. You look back, and they just have a brief reprieve from them all. Lap cars coming up, too. It's going to be really, really dicey getting past one of those. Up front, though, Vila Burns pulling just a little bit away.
Let's do this. We're going to sit on the nose of Malik Ray just for a little. Watch how quickly he gets to him, and what do you think? Malik Ray's going to stay in line or jump to the outside here?
I think
he has to go top. This is Malik Ray.
Yeah, no, he just stayed.
He stayed.
I was right, he stayed. I was not positive of it, but I was right.
We should have put a bet on it.
Yeah, we should have.
And 21 laps in, it's tight again.
Almost a wreck between the 22 and the 92 again. Garza up towards the high side, 3 lines because of that. You see it ripple all the way back through the pack. The energy and momentum lost between them. Bottom line all the way back to the 6th place driver of Justin Champagne in the 38. They're pulling away because that top line is gone.
And Hector Collazo is going to get swallowed up by that 38 machine. I love mentioning this. You're watching back at home, cheering as those boys come around the corner. But in that cockpit, it is like this when the bell rings till that final bell. Come the checkered flag. Buy high. No, some like to go ahead and buy low, sell high in certain situations.
And look who's joined the front pack. That's going to be the 25, Terrell Baker, DCB. He is bringing that 25 machine up the pack quickly. Up front, it's going to be Champagne with a little block in front of him with Malik Ray. Burns leads, but not for long.
You know, we've been saying it, and our night in America, let alone e-ticket events, live from our studios in Nashville, Tennessee. Terrell Baker has 2 e-ticket events, one, both produced and broadcasted from Miami, Florida. It's been that long since we've seen him win in an e-ticket title. His last win at our night over a year ago with the SRX car at Daytona. Can he finally catch lightning in a bottle and bring a little bit of that old and new Ray into Joe, and Armstrong will just get to the race lead.
Oh, and they're all over the place. You see the pack have to react. You'd think with that beating and banging, they were at Bristol, not Talladega. Justin Champagne gives the push to the 22 onto the super stretch.
You know, Malik Ray's a very interesting character in the way of he's very animated with how he drives, right? If he's not happy, we don't have to say it. He's going to show it on the screen for you. And Joseph Armstrong the exact same way. Get those two going for a heated win. I think we're going to see a little more pushing and shoving.
A lot of money on the line. Might be too early to be making these kind of moves. These drivers, they don't care. Spencer Burns up to the top. Everyone taking that elevator ride from bottom to top. Bottom line is now evaporated. The 22-38, that's all there is of those leaders.
23 laps in. We're working lap 24 now of 188. You're watching the Alabama 500. Jarrett, you mentioned payout. 210 goes to the race winner. 110 to second, 85 to third, 60 to fourth, and then 35 to fifth. The most laps led gets 20. Same with the fastest lap. Why are we doing a top 5 payout? The driver said, let's do it that way to see if we can clean things up at the end of these races, just in case it is still over 40 drivers going for the win.
Up front, top line now, getting it all organized. Bottom, though, is going to keep fighting and fighting. Oh, there's a little contact. Cody Workman, and I believe, I want to say it was Bomar. I could not tell who it was.
I think it was Bomar and Baker.
Might have been.
And now has the 55 of Huff sitting in line. The highlighted machines in the middle will now get James Bomar. Should we say Adam Garza was that in the number 8 machine? Whew, man, so many things are happening so quickly. We have some guys going up front. They want their TV time. They see in the live chat, quote-unquote's name. Yay, they're leading. And, okay, that's enough for me. I'm going to go hang out in the bomb shelter for a little bit, let things go nuts up front, and maybe I'll be there by the time the sun sets.
Yeah, you notice we don't see the normal, usual leaders and suspects up towards the front. Spencer Burns with a nice block there on Malik Ray. He's going to keep 06-01. They're going to be 1-2, not for long. Malik Ray nearly turns it around, takes the lead instead.
Man, lick the stamp and just send it. Will block Abraham Vila, and it's going to continue this way like clockwork. 3 wide, 2 wide. We have yet to see 4 wide. I don't want to see 4 wide right now up here. Just kind of holding my breath. But who's in view? Some underdogs. Who's joined in? Christian Delgado, Dominic Barbagallo. Trevor Huff is holding pretty well in his Southwest 55.
And look who's jumping in towards the top 15. Middle line, that's Patrick Starr. Daniel Mosteller joins the fight. Up the middle, gaining even more ground. You're just going to see this shuffle all night, but you're seeing how jittery these cars are. You're seeing that looseness. They can only get away with so much for so long before finally the bomb just blows up. Oh, 3 wide again for the lead.
Garza from the inside to the middle. And he's very racy right now, almost reminiscent to the Tailgate 400. The only difference is he's slamming into these cars a little bit more consistent, right? Not catching a quarter panel, not hitting, then sliding the nose on the rear bumper. I kind of like this passive-aggressive Adam Garza because he's told me still not over the Florida 500. That should have been his e-ticket from what he believes.
Yeah, led off the final corner of the final lap. A lot of different drivers did in e-tickets and didn't get the win. So positioning yourself early is very important. We're seeing, though, the aggression has already, I think, been turned up even further than that race was early on. They keep it all together. Bottom line, top 3 starting to break out. You're already seeing how spread out this pack is.
You know what I love about this? Right, we could go single file at some point during this race. I would want to see every paint scheme available. Whoa, stuck 3 wide once again. That's going to be the social norm. But look at how nice these paint schemes come about, right? You think about Sanders Racing Designs, he's designed some of these cars that'll really stand out to yourself. He helped Malik Ray on getting the 01 here last second within the final hour. Needed a touch-up. Sanders Racing Designs went ahead and edited that piece. Lane Sanders, his number 86 machine, he said if he goes to victory lane, he's donating some of the portions to St. Jude's. So something to go ahead and keep a watchful eye on. You look at the 32 machine, maybe even Mitchell Armstrong. Sanders Racing Designs designed that. Look up Lane Sanders in the Discord or on Trading Paints and go ahead and get some commissions by him if you want to look the best when you go ahead and take the green in any future iRacing official races.
Oh, we're back up towards the front. You're already seeing that third line form. Justin Champagne giving a push to Daniel Mosteller. TCB, Armstrong, Malik Ray. That is a power top line.
And the greatest thing, we haven't seen that second group break apart. Anytime it gets close, it's like, whoa, hold on to the rope. Don't get away, and they go back 2 by 2. The only distancing we've seen is the drivers very deep in the field. Tyler Tinsley, Gavin Gomez. Let's check in on them. Here's Gomez's 19 right front damage. Xander McKinney, a lot of right front damage there as well. And then there's David Joyner there in the Vega Autosport machine. Van Drugman back there in 37th. I don't see any damage on him with Chad Hornish, with Braden Movick and Max Steinmeier. This is planned, by the way. They don't want anything else to change. And at 33rd, Christian Delgado makes up the end of the field as Malik Ray just took the race lead away from Terrell Baker.
Not for long. Baker is going to fight back. They're going to make a little contact. You're seeing that side trap, that side force, so much more prevalent now. And you're seeing Rowe get loose in the middle. Stack up between him and Contreras. They keep it together.
Man, how many lead changes have we seen? I feel like over half the field has already found themselves into the top 5, let alone try to attempt for the race lead. You see the slip, you see the slide, you see the hold on to your breath because you may lose it in a matter of moments. And then they go back into the corner and they're saying, oh, hey, is the booth getting wild? Because that was planned. We're back 2 by 2.
And not for long. You're already seeing that third line form up back there in the pack more and more. Nobody really feeling content, just staying put. Top line gets the push this time. It's going to be Ray, Armstrong, and Champagne. They ditch Ray, though. Try to take the lead for themselves.
We asked the chat, what type of winner do we see tonight? 60% say first-time winner. 15 say two-time. 11 say three-time. And then the 14% say Van Drugman's going to go 3 in a row. Very bold claim indeed. Let's ask them now. Do we see a caution or green flag pit stops?
I don't know which we're going to see. All we're seeing now is musical chairs between the 38, the 22, and the 99, the 20, the 01, you name it. They're just playing musical chairs with the lead. Up front, though, 3 wide again in the pack. Coming up on those lappers.
What makes e-ticket events so exciting? You see it, and you mentioned the minefield dead ahead. How do you navigate through this one? Bomar, at one point, he was back in the 20s. He is now your race leader. 21st. Was stuck 3 wide multiple times. He has Sean Rowe. Justin Champagne back there in 3rd has Malik Ray, and they're the 3 machines in front, just navigating the double yellow line.
That Don Julio machine making the move up towards the front, trying to pass these 2 leaders with a push from Malik Ray. They're going to come up on the lap cars too. Any draft is good draft to have.
You've been seeing the top 20 on the left side of your screen. We'll now shuffle through the rest of the drivers running in this event. Great machines just outside the top 20, and Burns gets sideways.
There's another with them.
That was Baker off turn 2. They should be able to rejoin back in the middle of this group.
Remember that even as these lappers let these lead lap guys go by, yellow line rule for tonight is you can go under there, whether it's saving it, avoiding an accident, or just making a pass, but the rest of the pack on the racing surface has no obligation to let you up. And the obligation for the lead looks like it's Rose. He is going to take it away from Malik Ray, who has no drafting help with him.
And that is just going to be the kick in the teeth. To the back he goes. It's like a big sail on a ship. The only thing is they're not going forward, heading back. So it's Rowe, Garza, Champagne, and Joseph Armstrong, the top 4. Puts Lane Sanders into 5th. puts Kenny Reel into 7th. Reel has been asking to get that 11 machine for so long. Just last year, Kenny Reel, not well known in e-ticket events, and I said, you know, drive the Me 62. He did, and oh boy, did he make it work. He was up front leading. Came back around, all right, Kenny, let's give you in the 3 machines. Like, can I get the 11? No, we're gonna give Mitchum the 11. No, we're gonna give, let's see, who else did we give the 11? I believe
we gave a lot of people the 11.
So many drivers the 11. That was not Kenny Reel. And then finally his first e-ticket event with sticks on the side, and he's showing it off in that 2nd position.
Yeah, Duncan in 2nd, dunking it down low, looking for the lead, going for the lead, has it for a moment. Yes, he does. Armstrong gets the push from Garza.
And 2 by 2, they come again. We've done a lot of talking, but we haven't talked about that guy, Daniel Mosteller. Early in pre-race said, yeah, we're going to mention Mosteller mainly because, yes, you know, you can't count him out. But how's our super speedway? Let's call him Golden Boy because he wins so much on it, doing 15th. I mentioned Golden Boy because I like hearing driver stories, right? When he won the Florida 500 last year and Alabama 500 last year, Carlos Struther, Nathan Dew, and about 6 or 7 others said, next time we go super speedway racing with the next gen, we're just following that 87. Because somehow he knows how to predict when the tides will turn or when the storm is going to brew. And in this case, where's our little weather vane? He's 14, so I think it's clear skies for now.
Would you call him Golden Boy or the Pied Piper leading everyone up towards the front? Right now, that's been Malik Ray. You can't really keep him out in the lead for very long in this race, and you're seeing a ton of guys going with him up top, now making the move down low. Nobody is really having anyone loyal with them tonight.
No, not at all. Tyler Tinsley, who is 14 laps down, won scheme of the event, unfortunately in a very tough place in this event. He did design the Braden Movick machine and the Daniel Mosteller machine. He's not happy with what happened 3 or 4 laps into this event. I think he'd be very happy if he sees Mosteller go to victory lane.
I think he would too. I think a lot of people would. But down on the bottom, again, the line goes away. Nobody is staying with anyone. I don't even know. Are you having fun or are you just annoyed that you can't stay up front?
No, it's like, who do you want to sit with in a lunchroom?
It really is. On that top line, a little bit of a squeeze there between Rowe and Rodriguez. They get it going, though. That gets the top line going, and they're going to the front.
Yep, and Adam Garza leads another. We talked about the most laps led award, that by Sanders Racing Designs. Let's look at it, at least for Adam Garza. He's got 4. We've seen Malik grab a few. He's up to 6. Kenny Reel still the goose egg on the side of the 37 laps that's been completed. Sean Rowe, the most of 7 we have seen. Abraham Vila, still not out of Contreras. Spencer Burns in 6. So if not mistaken, Malik Ray, if he does seem to hold this as it will turn to 7, most laps led in this event thus far.
But you just can't keep that lead unless you have a lot of guys going with you. Top 3 or 4 on the high side, having a bit of a more strung up together draft compared to the guys down low. But now you got that 11 Reel. He's giving the push to Garza.
Maybe asking another reason why they could be so energetic, that bonus. Let's go back 2 years ago. We had the NR Cup Series at Talladega. There was no prize pool for that event. It was a league. But Tyler Tinsley said, hey, $5 to whoever leads lap 100. Do you remember in or around lap 100?
It was wild.
It was pandemonium.
I'll give you another one. We had a halfway bonus for the 2023 NWP 400. And we had a wreck because these guys were just going delirious for it.
Oof, I had to hear it after that one. Chase Thurston off turn 2, you're right. And that's the thing, when you add a little compensation in the middle of this event, right? We don't
Justin
need stages.
Champagne, he nearly got turned, saves it, bottom line doesn't go. Sorry, John, but they are just all over the place.
You can't stop watching, can't stop listening, and this is what makes events so great. But what's great about this is we don't have stages, right? So what's the incentive to race hard? Just a little bit of U.S. currency.
Well, I don't know how many of these guys went down pit road at the caution, but we're already seeing Spencer Burns jump down all alone, all by himself into the pits.
I don't think that's the call, and we are in ballpark range. We think 40 laps may be the max, and starting to see a lot more drivers right in that inside groove.
Yeah, the window is roughly 40 laps. It can go either way from what we heard from the drivers beforehand, but this is going to be another hurdle of this race. If we go in the long run, have green flags stopped, who's going to have a slow stop? Who might spin it before going in the pits? It might have been Nathan Duke for a second. Everybody scatters as they nearly wreck.
It's hard to get a game plan because when you're thinking about, okay, this is the lap, this is when we're going to come on in, you see something like that occur where one driver gets sideways, everyone reacts, but this is the time, the mass migration to pit road.
Land rush down there, don't speed is another aspect of it. I think the 22 might have. He just locked up the tires coming in.
We asked the chat, caution, green flag, pit stops, only 30% got it right.
Hey, I was in that 30%, John. I thought that as long as they kept it together, they should be good. I'm just curious, did that 22 speed or not? He locked up the tires coming down into the pits, and now you see a couple more. How much is this? About 10 or 11 cars stayed out here, about 11 car pack that hasn't pit yet. Maybe hoping for a caution, maybe just not wanting as many cars around them so they don't crash into each other.
Let's see it. Hoff, I think, maybe just that first one off the pit road. Chase Crawl. He's crawling his way still with that main group, so he did not come in. So Trevor Hoff in Group 1, first one off. Where does that put the 06 machine? Spencer Burns, does he regroup with them? Oh, man.
He'll be at the back.
Schmidt, Connell, I think they're going to be two to bite the dust that won't stick with them. And then there's the separating group that has yet to come to pit road. So who else may be coming on in? Did Skylar Comstock come in? No, nor did Cody Workman. So we're going to continue to watch this. This is what we're going to call Group 2 because at some point there'll be the second group to come to pit road.
They will, and it's probably going to be in the next lap or two, I would think. There's no real ability, I would say, to stay out too long.
Almost stellar.
Almost a caution there. You were going to be the caution up front, and you see Greenwood now. He's going to take the lead with Shaver, though that bottom line gets it formed back up.
Yeah, go lead a lap, Dale. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He gets one on the board.
Attaboy.
And Davis Lewis back there in third is going to have to go to the end of this long line. Greenwood has been a long-time driver of NR Night in America. Well, before this community was established, he was with NASCAR E5, NASCAR E4, Project Cars 2, and now here he is leading in an e-ticket event. I consider him one of the founding drivers of what we've created.
I think you could definitely consider him that. He's been a good player with all of this, too. Kept his nose clean for the most part. Good to see somebody like that leading one of these e-ticket events. Do they elect to stay out one more time? They do.
Oh, they're really going to stretch this one.
I mean, if they stay out an extra 5 laps or so, maybe these were the guys that pit the last time that we had a caution, the last time the pits were open. So
this will be the isolated group number 3. That's where you're going to have a little bit of Mavic, Baker, and some of these drivers that may just have gotten a little bit out of line, and these are the drivers trying to make a little bit of hay before everything cycles on through. Deeper on, we're going to look just a little further back. Here's Sanders. Here's Champagne. I don't think we've left them really with anything different. Yeah. Still going at it, just about 10 or 11 cars deep.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, it's a smaller ranch though, because you've seen it. The pack is breaking up more and more all over again. I gotta ask, do we see the 22 in there?
No, we do not. We're going to have to check a little bit further back. He's in 25th, but not a lap down. The gap is 43 seconds to the race leader, so I think just missed the main draft of the drivers that he came in with.
Well, he was leading coming on in, and he had that lockup, so no penalty, it looks like, for the speeding side of it, but just a poor sequence.
A lot of action here at Talladega today. If you're just tuning on in, we've had one caution in this event. Came well before the lap 10 mark, being around lap 6, lap 7, lap 5. And now here we are, getting that long green flag run in. We're watching the race leaders that still need to pit. That is Dale Greenwood, Derek Shaver, Dominic Barbagallo, with Riker Byram, Cody Workman, and Daniel Moss-Steller, who is now working his way off pit road, being passed by Eladon Contreras.
Yeah, and he's going to be well outside of this lead pack, not going to be up to speed anytime soon, but it looks like the leaders are in.
Cody Workman Riker Byram. Now, can they get out in front of Aerodom Contreras? Projected leader is Contreras. Should we say the driver that is running just behind the driver still needing to cycle in? Malik Ray's in 7th. Lane Sanders is in 8th. And they're single file. The goal here is separate the competition, right? How can we get less comp and more of a bang for our buck just in case we do go the distance? What did we see in the 4 to 500? What, 10, 11 cars going for the race win after the separation we saw?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the way that last run, we just sort of shaved more and more off as we went, and now we see Contreras leading. He's got 9 cars in this pack, then another 2 seconds back to Champagne and more. So we're already seeing that spread out nature, single file lines, kind of reminiscent of a race from the 90s at some of these tracks.
And you know what? That's just a great thing about us. We'll go from the 90s to the early 2000s, and then somehow we'll see the 2011 tandem era to then 2012, and then we'll see that 2013, 2014 Super Speedway racing, and remember 2019?
Oh, yeah.
2020, we'll see a lot of that as well.
John, from the 2020 Daytona 500 on, I was at almost every single Super Speedway race for NASCAR.
So you're at the greatest era of Super Speedway.
I loved it. I was there. It was awesome. I got to wave at Kurt Busch as he flipped past me almost over the catch fence at Talladega.
That's right. 47 laps in. Snappy, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. And I think that hometown driver may have had a lot of confidence early on. He was saying, don't think I'm out, don't think I'm out. Because he's sitting there in 3rd, and a Lane Sanders e-ticket win possibility, it's not too far-fetched. Still, yes, well before the halfway point of this event.
We're seeing that second group, too, start to reel these guys in bit by bit. They've caught the draft of them. Now Champagne in 10th. He's going to lead that line almost up to him. About 5 or so cars in that line.
And he may maybe go ahead and make something roll. Not so fast. Single file. Okay. They have come in and out of pit road. And I would say strategy point was the pit with the main group. Communication, I think, was just a little bit off from some.
Yeah, a little bit. We're already seeing Delgado. He is off the lead lap. He was somebody in that main pack, had issues. And now we're seeing the move. Only one goes up. That's being Rowe in the 99. Nobody going with them. Maybe. Now they are.
They're going to try to energize something here. The real test is going to be, can you do it with this few amount of machines up front? I just don't think they can get that push. You're going to see Kenny Rule, I would say almost like a PBR driver. That scheme alone was designed by Aerodom Contreras and ran by Zach Todrick just a year ago. And now Real has been doing a lot of things that PBR is doing. When they jump to the outside, Real's going to join on in. Almost an alliance, per se.
You're seeing Sanders. He was in the lead. Now Contreras takes it 2 by 2 again. 3 wide in the pack. Contreras with the lead on the top. Bottom line led by Vila. Lots of back and forth, back and forth. A lot of really jittery race cars still as we head almost to the 50-lap mark.
And Joseph Armstrong will find his way to the bottom. Now with the one machine of Abraham Vila. Takes a lot of time, a lot of effort to put these events on, and honestly what makes it so great, when the chat is loving it back at home, the drivers are energized as ever. This is what makes e-tickets so great.
I just saw on the leaderboard, wanted to check out why. Baker a lap down already early in this race.
Oh, it may be speeding, and he does have damage on the nose, but I did see that before. The cycle of pit stops.
That's a huge player to have that problem early. 33 on the lead lap. Main draft much smaller.
Wow, he is really slowing down. I think he's just trying to catch that group. For a second, I thought he was going to be down on power. But yes, I'm going to say most likely it was caught speeding, which he has had happen in times past.
I don't know if he's going to stay with this group. I mean, that was maybe slowing down just a bit too much. 176, he's not getting that draft very much.
Now, they saw him, they passed him, and then now he's in the mirror. Main group back at it again. Ray, Garza, Armstrong, Rowe, Real, Austin, Vila, and Truel. Zachary Truel, I want to say also, just a year and change ago, was about to win a monthly championship, got hooked 200 yards from the finish, and that set the chat ablaze of just anguish of what happened. It created a fandom for Zachary Troll, originally an open wheel specialist. He can't wait for the Indiana 500. That's just going to be less than a month from now. And he says, honestly, that moment, as much as it was unfortunate to not win the monthly championship, it did create a great following. Can he maybe act revenge this afternoon?
Oh, a great following. And two, he is one of the most fun personalities to have in that Discord before and after these races. You know, if you've ever heard him talk in his interviews, dude has a very low voice.
The Fitness Graham Pacer test.
Yes, he can do it perfectly. We'll have to have him do that if we can get an interview with him later on in this thing. Up front, though, Ray, Garza, Armstrong, they have been the three toughest guys to beat all day long, and they are leading this thing. Top 14, that is, I believe, your main draft, and a couple lappers in there, though Champagne actually has lost the draft.
He has lost it big time, and will have to line up with the next group in line, but as they just get onto the Alabama Gang super stretch, Champagne is closing to the back half. So this sets up really almost what we would do if it was an intermediate race. Who are the big dogs? Well, Malik Ray is back. He won the NWP 400 last year. Adam Garza was maybe a quarter mile from claiming his first e-ticket. Joseph Armstrong, he has had a time or two where at one point he looked to almost win, and then 9 laps in to an e-ticket, he has had it all fall apart. NWP 2023, he's got Lane Sanders, Gavin Austin. What happened to Austin just a year ago? I'm going to continue to say a year ago, because I feel like all the wildness happened around 365 days from today. This event, Alabama 500, a huge maintenance issue in the sim that we had enacted. Gavin Austin had a car blink in front of him. He wrecked out, shaved his head. Kind of random to say at the last second, but yes, indeed. He was so irritated with how it happened. He shaved his head, got some ice cream, and then watched the final 50 laps of the race.
He got sent into his villain arc early, it sounds like. John, I want to point something out as we can look on the side ticker, the intervals. That second pack, not quickly, slowly but surely starting to reel in. They were 9 seconds back. Now they're about 8 seconds back. I believe that is Champagne with Mosteller leading it. Cody Workman, the 98 of Riker Byram. So I think what they're doing is trying to take the shortest way around. Go on the bottom while they're riding up top. Draft and maybe make up ground that way.
And then you actually see Group 3 just behind them. That's going to include Spencer Burns, James Bomar, William Schmidt, drivers we have seen lead laps in today's event. Davis Lewis is back in 21st. There's Josh Kenyon, Dale Greenwood. You know what, honestly, it's kind of a mixed bag here in this second group of drivers that long pitted versus others that short pitted, as they all sit in tow, knocking laps off the board.
To stay on this group, there's another battle we have to watch. So in this event, we do have more NASCAR-like rules with the lucky dog as well as the wave by and all of that. Well, that 13 of Delgado is the lucky dog right now. He is the first one who is a lap down. So as long as he is able to keep that position, he should be able, if a caution is to come out, he is the one who would be able to cycle his way forward. And as the others race up front, they might catch some more guys, but with this line catching them, because they're 2 and 3 wide in that front group, this is another battle you have to watch. He has to stay ahead of the 85 of Joyner, who I believe is either at the back of this. Yes, he is at the back of this pack, I think. No, he's in the back of the next pack. So he has to keep that and pass whoever the leaders pass.
And then he got Comstock, there's Baker, he's riding around on his own. I think once again, self-inflicting wounds has hurt this veteran long-term in e-ticket events. What he can do to maybe get it back, it's going to be tough to see. You mentioned up front, 2 wide, 3 wide, it's back. And Abraham Vila looking to get his missing ring.
But look what that's doing. Nice call back there. Look what that's doing when you look at the intervals. 7 seconds now is about the gap back. And then, of course, you have to add in the gap throughout this pack of over a second or so. Quickly, that second pack is starting to reel them back in. You're seeing others that are dropping off from them. And that's going to be the name of the game as this night goes on. 1, can you stay with the main pack? But 2, do you have enough power to muster up and fight back to that main pack? 6.7 back is Champagne. Huff is 1.3 roughly.
So, a lot of things to diagnose, and we got to go ahead and ask the chat again, should we say, what's the next thing we see? Another green flag pit stop or a caution? Almost reminiscent to the Garage Guys 499. The only difference is we didn't have a caution early on in that event. We just went green for 112 laps. Could we break that stride of most laps gone without a caution from this event to that one?
Maybe. I think the other one you got to look at is this going to be something like the Drive Smart race at California, where we went, I believe, 400 miles green in that one to the finish. Very much a driver's race up front. These guys have sorted it out for the most part, trying to keep it single file. They might know that second pack's catching them, and if you're in this pack, you just want to whittle them down more and more. But look at that, 5.6. That second pack is catching them quick.
It's coming in pretty quickly, so we're going to continue to watch. We're going to continue to monitor. Justin Champagne, remember, he lost the draft of the main group, went back to Mosteller. 5 seconds and about 4 seconds back to Trevor Huff, who is sitting in the 13th position. Terrell Baker will go yet another lap down as everyone starts to migrate back to the inside.
Let's see, I mean, we can watch as the intervals pop up and see the ground being made up. You can visually see it. I mean, you see that pack, you can visually see only 5 seconds behind the leader. And then you take off that 1.1 or so, 1.2. So they're about 3.8 seconds back. You see Baker getting out of the way of them. They got a draft on him. That's going to help them.
He's got to get in line here, though. There's been a couple times he's had it as a miss. He's going to miss it again. Man, just that's twice now he's been struggling to stay in this draft.
All right, I mean, if you have a long green flag night, and you're not saying we're going green all the way, but if it's green, say, to lap 100 or 125 or so, you need to make up those positions because you're going to lap people. If we have another set of green flag stops, we know somebody's going to mess up and lose the draft. It always happens. You need to make sure that you can stay in position to capitalize off of that. Look at 30th Hornish. She's 34 seconds back. Nathan Dew's drafting with him. Brummett's about to go a lap down soon, as well as Mitchell Armstrong. So, I mean, there's a lot at stake for a lot of these guys. And in that second pack, we talked about him earlier, Delgado, he has to stay with them because when they start lapping more guys, the lucky dog is gone.
All the energy, all the stories are now being stored. I like what you mentioned in your most recent video, and actually a little bit in this broadcast and Countdown to Green. You go caution free, it's almost like a perfect game in baseball. For this case, we have one error that happened early, but you still almost have to take it. Like this could have been a caution-free race for some of these drivers. We look at Champagne, we look at Mosteller, and it's like you're seeing the rain forming up, that dark cloud closing on into you if you're in that main group, and knowing only time will tell before they catch up. The next question will be, if they catch up, how rowdy do they get? Do they just go to the outside and hit it 2x2? Or does maybe someone in that main group bluff, right? They go up to block, and that block creates a third lane, maybe a fourth lane, and next thing you know, you're on the edge of your seat wondering, do we make it back to another green flag cycle?
Well, let's say they catch him at lap 65. I mean, you're already halfway through this cycle. You are at that point. So I feel like you got to make some moves, position yourself so that you don't have this same problem again where Vila now is the leader and this entire group back to Huff in 13th. Pull away again. You have to make that move, position yourself to stay in this group.
For the longest, when we went super speedway racing, it was a veteran showdown. Mosteller winning an e-ticket, make it twice, then Malik Ray went up there and got it. Ben White, longtime driver of Night in America, just never raced e-ticket events, let alone. He went ahead and won one as well. And then the underdogs started coming in with this main group. I can just handpick the underdogs right off the gun. I would even, in a way, say Hector Collazo, despite him running up front at Le Mans. You may even be able to throw in, definitely, Trevor Huff, almost in a way, Eladon Contreras, because it's been almost 2 years since Contreras has seen victory lane in our community.
Well, and I just want to give a quick update. We have 40 cars now in the race. It looks like Gavin Gomez has retired for the night after, well, give or take, for him, 17 laps off where we are now. So not even 50 laps. Rough night for him. But still, 40 guys out there.
Man.
A lot of guys 1 or 2 laps down. It could be that race, maybe not of attrition, but of attrition of who's on your lap. What positions can you make up as it goes? There's going to be a lot of races within the race.
You mentioned a tough night for Team T. Frank Horley couldn't make this event because of finals. He had night classes. Carlos Truther, who just got the opportunity to race. He knew this was going to be a big moment. Gavin Gomez returning since the NWP 400. Those two coming in, and they're taken out from an incident that had nothing to do with their own. And you may be saying, okay, Carlos Truther, why didn't he get on the brakes? He was in the trial block. That was, you know, that's kind of, okay, maybe this or maybe that. The only driver left at Team T is Nathan Dew, and he is outside that top 25.
Yeah, and that is not the place to be. I mean, you watch as, yes, these two packs are slowly coming together, but they're not making up all that much time. They might catch them by the time they have the next pit stop cycle at this rate. And you look at that pack, too. There's already guys 33rd, second or so. I'd have to see where they're at, but they're about to go a lap down. 50 seconds off the main pace.
I look at this right here. If Zachary Truel is now the final driver in line, putting Sanders and Huff away, it's going to allow Champagne to close in because he's only just about 2.5 seconds, maybe less now, to the Huff machine compared to Abraham Vila.
So, by the way, up front, Dean Brummett and Mitchell Armstrong over 50 seconds back, about to go a lap down. That's going to add a little bit more because you'd think they'd try and stay on that lead pack. You got the battle there with other guys behind them. And there's even more that are over 40 seconds back, and you're going to see this through the night. More of these guys, if there are only 1 or 2 of them drafting, they're going to fall away. I mean, you're already seeing the 85 of Joyner. He can't stay with these packs. He tried to let him by, but that's the thing. You got to be aggressive and stay with him.
Cody Workman, Riker Byram, Derek Shaver with Greenwood. Greenwood with Kenyon as well. Kenyon back in 20th. Changed his paint scheme last second to go ahead and look more reminiscent to the John Gerard car from Talladega Nights. We have a couple Talladega Nights cars in there. Haven't mentioned Gavin Austin, obviously Chase Kroll with the Wonder Bread look. But Kenyon, his last win was Talladega. He has won multiple times at Talladega and every other track. Goose egg.
Up front, they're starting to dice it up with the lappers up there. 2-3 lines all between them. That is Dean Brummett and Mitchell Armstrong now a lap down. And them dicing it up, making a bigger hole in the air, that's going to help those guys behind them who are getting a sniff of that draft.
And it will. Justin Champagne, just a second and a half now, less than that, to Trevor Huff that is rejoined in this main group.
Just slowly but surely reeling them in.
So they should catch some, if I'm not mistaken, before we see green flag stops again. And then we say, how do you play this? How do you dance? Does someone block again? Do they just stay in line and let them go on the outside?
You know, I have to have my eyes drawn for a second there to Baker, who just went 3 laps down. I think at this point, with the way this race is shaping up, and I know a lot of things can happen, John, you have to think his chances of a win are pretty much done now.
Yeah, and another founder of this community, right? He used to sweep nights.
Yeah.
We could tell stories about Baker like some tell stories of Petty, but looking for that third E-ticket, I mean, it's just a big sigh at the end.
Whoa, contact!
The race. Joseph Armstrong, top side now with Sean Rowe. This creating a blockade, which will then form in for that next group. But Malik Ray did not want that to happen. He drops back with Galazzo.
2-3 wide, some scuffs on the wall. That's just going to bring that group that much closer. And you're seeing the bottom line trying to form it back up. Kenny Reel is the beneficiary of all of it with the lead. But there they are, Champagne and that second group, they're there. They have caught the draft, and now where do they go?
Licking the chops, top side, inside. How much can you stuff without getting too stuck behind others? Champagne to lane 2. Mosteller will follow. I'm not seeing any movement here out of Riker Barham on the bottom. It's just 3 abreast top side of them.
Yeah, it looks like Champagne, Mosteller, and Workman, they are on the go pedal. They want to go forward. Nobody else making that move just yet. They stayed with them, at least leapfrogged some of those lap machines.
Now that energy was not as high as I think so many thought. and they're going to be kind of stuck formed in instead of ganging up on that group and trying to tell who's boss now in this race.
So that's the top 20 plus a few lappers. That's your main pack at this point. We're roughly 10 to 15 laps away from pit stops, depending on which one you're looking at. Up front, top 7 broken away in a single file line.
You know, we've put on a lot of laps, and this race is quickly moving through pace, but I want to give a quick shout out to Georgia Sea Grill. They're watching this race from that restaurant. All the attendees, we want to say hello and welcome to you all. Everyone from St. Thomas Island down in Georgia, the Georgia Sea Grill, watching the Alabama 500 live as they're back 2x2. Can he reel the race leader up to the 33 degrees of banking?
You're seeing that move. Malik Ray with a push from Armstrong. He's trying to lead that high side. Rio leaves the bottom open for Vila. Vila not doing the same. 2 lines distinctly getting formed, trying to work their way forward. Now there's Champagne, there's Rowe, there's Mosteller, Workman, all working their way up.
And we are working towards the halfway point of this event as the chess match, I'm going to call it a chess match, more of multiple dogfights taking place 2x2 from the race lead, now all the way back to maybe about the 17th, 18th position.
Vila, Real, side by side. Vila not going to get that high side to go with them. Little side draft from Ray, really close, but that's going to get him the lead spot for a moment up top. Instead, Garza jumps up, takes him in tow, takes the lead in doing so. Ray looked for the middle for a moment, sticks with him.
You see the nose of some of these machines, they have been caved in just from the pushing and the shunting we have seen. 71 laps into this race. For the ones coming in, you may be saying, oh, they're separated. We must have had 10 or 12 cautions. Think not just one. And so far, the likes of Mosteller are back with Justin Champagne, Malik Ray. Dice is to the bottom of Adam Garza, and it's about who can you work with before they dice it back onto pit road.
Mosteller and Garza, they've worked together well before. 4 to 500, they worked together multiple times. But yeah, John, we've had as many cautions in this race as green flag cycles.
There it goes, Joseph Armstrong, 3 wide to the outside, and nobody is going to go with him.
There's 2 more lap machines up towards the front, it looks like, plus a few more I think they might have caught, and they're just letting them by. Smart move.
Workman, Mosteller, Ray slams the door in the face of the 87.
You know, Workman and I had talked before the race, and he'd said that I don't have that same super speedway magic that I had on the console side, but we'll see what we can do tonight. Well, we're seeing the back bumper of Mosteller because he's all the way up in the 3rd position right now. There's a little magic in that 81 car still.
Here's a driver that moved from Illinois to Florida, the Fort Myers area, to work at Young Life. What happened when he just moved? A hurricane, category 5, swept through his area, demolished everything, got the sim setup back. He went to Homestead to go in and say the prayer a couple times. That community rebuilt. Everyone on that island watching to see if he could win an e-ticket event.
What it would mean to him if he could win. He got hit. That community got hit incredibly hard. He's going to hit the back bumper of Mosteller, trying to push him to the lead. But yeah, it would be such a major moment for him to get the victory if he is able to tonight. He pushes Mosteller, the fan favorite though, to the lead, at least for now.
And he was one of those drivers that had to prove it. And what do I mean by that? He would sign up for these events and we wouldn't see Cody Workman up front at other nights. So he said, Workman, run up front more, race more, win more. The defining moment, an IndyCar race, race 5 at Chicagoland, what used to be his home track. That got him into the next e-ticket. Then he was consistent, and here he is, center stage, knocking lots off in Dega.
Well, and you know, I'm just thinking of back in the 4 to 500. You know, Mosteller has raced his way up. He's in the 2nd position. He's pushing Malik Ray for now. Where was his old drafting partner? Where is Braden Mubbock in all this, you may ask? The People's Champion.
Ooh, that's going to be a tough question to go ahead and answer. 23rd, and now what would be Group 2.
And he'll be pushing who? William Schmidt, it looks like.
Look at that. The top 3 in this line have a combined 5 e-ticket wins. Drugman 2, Mubbock 2, and Schmidt 1. don't count them out. If they're back here, they might not be back here long.
Yeah, and it's not like they've completely lost touch with competition up front. What is Baker doing? He's staying out of the way.
Engine expired off the outside, and for the second Talladega e-ticket in a row, kaboom goes to 25.
He gets to the bottom. He is done officially tonight. Up front, Malik Ray, he is not done. He's just getting started. Leads again. Big push from Stellar. Patrick Starr is looking really happy.
Pushing, shunting, shoving to the inside. Tay Ray is going to cover him off.
Well, here's two more that need to stay in this pack. These two are about to go a lap down. One of them being Nathan Dew, Chad Hornish, the other one leading that group. And, you know, I'm looking at some of the guys that are half a lap down. Spencer Burns is one of them.
Man. And to think about it, he was leading a ton of this race early.
Exactly. This group of three, what they need, especially those two that are on the tail end of the lead lap, they got to stay in line. And look, we're already seeing lining back up. And look what lap it is, roughly lap 76, almost lap 80. Workman now looking for the lead. He doesn't care what lap it is. It's the lap to get to first.
And he's got a former e-ticket champion to the aid. The only thing is Malik Ray has been known to leave others out to dry, and that's why Workman quickly found that double yellow line on the bottom. Ray will just steal it from him. Workman will have more laps to try, but the 0-1, early on, let's be honest, a fan favorite to win this race.
Very much so, and there we go, 3 wide on the top. Armstrong and Vila looking for more. Workman has the lead, but for how long?
Did you see that tandem drive inches off the outside retaining wall? Joseph Armstrong, Abraham Vila, shot out of a cannon. I said 2011, we were going to see it at some point. Right then and there, just on time.
All right, now what do these lap guys do? Are they going to park themselves in front, try and keep the lead lap? No, they're just going to go right down to the bottom and go down to the pits.
Except for Patrick Connell, he said he wanted TV time, and the War Machine at number 10 is there. He's going to be stuck 3 wide with Abraham Vila, make it 4 for a moment.
Yeah, but he's going to bail, as is Mosteller. He might have been bailed on, but he's going to the back either way. Up front, it's Vila, it's Armstrong, side by side for the lead again with 110 to go.
There's Dale Greenwood in 8th. There's Josh Kenyon in 9th. I'm going to continue to circle and highlight that 27 because he has won multiple times at Dega by leading just 1 lap. Who's in front of him? Yes, Dale Greenwood a lap down. But everyone else now minding their P's and Q's because we're back in ballpark range to come to pit road for a green flag cycle.
And we're already seeing some bail. That's Justin Champagne. Collazo looked for a moment, doesn't go. No one except for Champagne goes in.
Wow, and you saw how that bit Spencer Burns earlier in this race.
That might be a rough call. So lap 79, roughly 39 or so laps that some of these guys up towards the front have won. Whoa, man, Rowe looked low. Got to push at the same time. He's all good for now.
He's got it back, single file. Abraham Vila goes to 2nd. Sean Rowe back to 3rd. Cody Workman in the 4th position. Eladam Contreras is lined up with Dale Greenwood with that of Josh Kenyon to the aid.
Now's when you take a breath and hope for the best. Do you get down there? Do you stay on the track? We know Greenwood isn't making the dive down. There's a lot of them. Vila is. Don't speed. That's the big part of it.
I think Joe definitely got caught that time. Really late on the brakes.
Yeah, he locked him up twice. Oh, and then the one of Vila, he overshot his pit.
That split second makes a decision. Smooth for Mosteller. Smooth for not Collazo. I was about to say he was in, but had to back it up. And this gives Dale Greenwood the race lead with Derek Shaver.
How about that?
Is Dale our norm? Is he our Norm Benning?
I think he's the Norm Benning, where it's like, you know, he's probably not going to be in front of a lot of these, but gosh, is he a fan favorite for all the experience and everything he's put into this community.
When we had the 4 to 500, I said 500 likes. I'll sit row 1 at the truck race with a suit on. I think I sat row 1 for Norm because I was excited when he came on by. Greenwood will come in as we'll see the race get ready to take place off pit road. Sean Rose should be in front of Joseph Armstrong and will be in a provisional lead ahead of the oncoming traffic.
I don't know how long he's going to be in that lead when they are all lined up. They're going to come up on him fast. Do they stay with him? No, they will not.
Rowe may have Garza. Doubt that the teammate will allow him out of line, and quickly to the back bumper. So Joseph Armstrong, here he sits, here he stands. Provisional race leader in the Alabama 500.
But look back through the pack. All those guys that made those mistakes are now scattered behind, and they don't have as many guys to draft back up. Now Shaver, he takes the lead. We're seeing that merry-go-round of leaders.
Refresh my memory. Whoa, 3 wide. We're going to wait for a moment on that because I think Eladon Contreras wants to get to the lead and has an ally in hand in the 87 of Mosteller.
This is about, what, the top 9, 10, give or take?
I would say so. You know what, yes, refresh my memory. 2004 Daytona 500, it was really racy up front very early on, and they got separated. Was it because of the green flag pit stops?
A large part of it was, yes. You know, people forget there was a lot of beating and banging, and at one point, Dale Earnhardt Jr. actually got into Kurt Busch. It cut down his tire, and the repercussions of that later in the race is that Kurt Busch decided to help Tony Stewart as a lap car at the end of that race. Where I kind of connect the thread here from that race to this is you're seeing the ripples of mistakes, overshooting your pit, speeding on pit road, going in without drafting help. You're seeing those ripples come back to bite you 20, 40, 60, 82 laps later.
Man. From sim to reality, and Cody Workman, I think he wants to at least leave away, if it's not with the hardware, a lap lead. And Kenny Reel is going to join him to the bottom side of 3 and 4.
He's going to have the lead. Can he keep it this time? They're single file.
Cars out of the race. Thornquist, Struther, Gomez, Baker. Leaving 39 left to fight for a race win. Cody Workman to the tri-oval will lead this lap here in the Alabama 500. Kenny Reel and Malik Ray. Ray, multi-time, or yearly driver, should we say, with the Coca-Cola iRacing Esports Series. Josh Kenyon and our regular Gavin Austin as well. You still look at Ray and you say he has to be the favorite to become a 2-time e-ticket champion.
And look who they're lapping. Look who's on the bottom, who they're lapping. Spencer Burns, who in the first round of green flag stops came in alone, no drafting help, no one with him. Now he's a lap down, just trying to stay with this lead group.
And unlike that, Justin Champagne finds company a little deeper back. I still think Hornish, Dew, and Sanders, maybe not Sanders because he is just one position behind, have to find pit road. How quickly things can change if you can pit by yourself.
16.5 seconds of difference is what it made. He is 16.5 seconds off of the lead lap. Only 27 guys left on the lead lap. And you might say, well, that's a lot of guys, you know? It's Talladega, though, and it's early still. It's the first half of a Talladega race. You're seeing that second group. They're trying to form up behind him. Shaver leads the way in 10th. But I don't know if they have the numbers. They're not connected together enough.
No, we got 105 laps to go. So yes, closing that halfway point, but as you mentioned, still the first half. Things can change vastly within the next maybe hour.
John, something I'm noticing, and granted, he was able to get in line with this group, but Spencer Burns is about to be freight trained by them if he didn't make an aggressive move to stay in front. And now he is in there, but we've seen a lot of these guys, you can't let the line go past you because there's not enough of an ability to pick up the draft on them. We saw it happen with Baker before his issue. We've seen it happen with a multitude of different guys who get lapped throughout this race. You have to hold some of the lead lap guys, or at least the main pack guys, up to stay in the group.
Here's the back end of Group 1. Mosteller in 9th, Adam Garza in 8th. And then Derek Shaver, Riker Byram, Yahir Rodriguez, they're in this group. Look at that 55. You would say, oh, Trevor Hoff, he's got to be in this group, right? Maybe so. Oh, I see Hoff. There he is. He's back in 28th, 1 lap down, caught speeding.
And look who's about to go a lap down.
Dale Greenwood.
Greenwood with a push from Brummett. The 2023 NWP 400 champion is about to go 2 down.
Cody Workman the new driver out front from Talladega, and he's got Kenny Reel, Malik Ray, Josh Kenyon, the next big four to have the talking point on.
Well, and this is the point I think a lot of these lead guys probably want to click off laps. I saw what happened last time. You let guys back in, and some of those guys are in this pack, yes, but it shuffled up a lot of stuff. You don't want to open the door for competitive guys to get back into the race. Workman going to go up high. He leaves the door open, though, for real. They're going to stay drafting right past the 08 and 07.
Deeper in this field, they're 2x2. That's Huff to the bottom. Now it's Shaver 3 wide with Riker Byram sneaking through the middle. The West Texas viewers are ecstatic because that Whataburger USA number 98 has cracked the top 10.
But look what that's doing. 6 seconds off the lead, about 5.3 seconds off the main pack. They're making up time again, which is good, but they're not making up much, if any. It's just sort of a seesaw back and forth.
Yeah, we talk about some of these drivers that are from different areas, right? We got the Northeasterners, the Midwesterners, the drivers from the South. This is a true Texan.
Yes.
I'm telling you right now, if you've ever had the opportunity to talk to Riker Byram, this is story time. Get ready. He said, John, you want to come to Talladega? And I said, oh man, I got a race to call at National Fairgrounds Speedway that Saturday. Oh, don't worry, get there at 4 a.m. I'll be there up with my truck. You'll be good. So it's me, Christian Delgado, Jeff Perchaski, two drivers that have raced in e-ticket events. Went to the Nashville Fairgrounds race. Christian Delgado and Perchaski were in the stands. I was screaming my butt off after Dawson Sutton made a bump and run with the headset live on Racing America. We drove that night. Riker Byram fell asleep. And oh no, we're 15 minutes from the racetrack. And we got to this back gate right over here towards turn 3 where Riker Byram magically woke up and said, oh yeah, man, come on. We got on in and Riker Byram forgot one of the tents. And man, that's a little tough because that means one of us are going to have to sleep outside. I slept outside. And I was awoken to the pace car doing hot laps around Talladega Superspeedway. True Texan wears the cowboy hat, boot cut jeans and all, and trying to see if he can be the first Texan to win an e-ticket event.
Fun part about him, too, is his very, very opinionated. If he's thinking something, he's telling you what that something is.
It is. Very, very true. Just behind him, Vila, another Texan, sitting in 11th, as Yahir Rodriguez, the Illinois driver, in the 12th position. 100 laps to go in the Alabama 500. This thing has flown on by.
It has. And up front, you know, we talked about Workman a lot tonight. We talked about Reel. We talked about Ray. But how about Kenyon and Austin here? Both of them are guys that we see up front a lot. Gavin Austin, I think, has really established himself as a guy who runs up front in a lot of these races now. But we talked, too, about those paint schemes of theirs. How about that? Running up towards the front, doing them justice.
Yeah, we haven't been able to say shake or bake today. That was kind of in the announcer notes if we saw Kroll and Austin together. But hey, you know what? You got John Gerard just in front of that number 2 machine. Teammates, yes, working together. Chase Kroll, another great designer, and that's been the real big takeaway from 2023 to 2024, including the later halves of last year. All these designers came up. Look out, Christian Delgado just into view. He is slow on the bottom side of the racetrack. I think he ran out of gas.
He might have run himself out of fuel, and at that point, how?
Oh, man.
It reminded me, I think I was there,
Norm
2020 in the duels.
I think it was 2021 duels, Norm Benning, and yes, he's out of the car. That's it, Christian Delgado. We'll have to tow it to pit road. It was Norm Benning 2022 because we were at the 2021 Daytona 500. I was watching back at home at the time in Miami, Florida. You see Truex on screen, and there was Norm Benning almost parked to the bottom side heading to turn 3.
In the duels?
Was it at the duels? I think
there was one in the duels that happened with, where the car was basically parked. And the whole pack went by and we're like, what was that? What just happened?
I think it was either Duel 1 or Duel 2 from the 2021 Daytona 500 Speed Weeks.
It was wild. It was absolutely wild.
And then Norm wrecked out lap 3.
Yeah. We love Norm, though.
Yes, we do. Well, Christian Delgado, not the Talladega hopeful he expected himself to be, so he's going to have to tow now 4 laps down in the Sabrina Carpenter machine.
You're seeing that second group. They're trying to form it back up. They were roughly 6 seconds back, and we'll see they're about 6.5 at least last time we saw. Not making up the ground that second group did the first round of green flag stops. They're roughly 5.7, so they're starting to, but it might be too late to catch that main pack.
Oh, shuffling, and the caution is out with 97 laps to go. And it may have been for an incident. I was going to say in front of the leaders, I don't think so, but just a second caution in this race, and it's going to change everything. What happened?
Yeah, we'll have to see. They're saying Derek Cope 2021.
Did I say Cope or Norm Benning?
You said Benning.
Oof. Cope. I meant Derek Cope. Excuse me.
Yeah, because he crashed lap 3.
So apologies on the mishistory of me. But was thinking the same thing. We're going to look back and see exactly what happened. It was the... waiting on timing and scoring, and the officials up in the tower to let us know, but what a long green flag run for the caution to come out as when it was.
Still waiting to see what the yellow was for.
Malik Ray, Josh Kenyon, Gavin Austin, Sean Rowe. And it was for James Bomar in the number 20 machine. Apparently with an incident. Let's go ahead and check back on it.
You see the damage.
So this was just a little bit after. This is now in view with Van Drugman and the 17 and Dominic Barbagallo. Ooh, caught the outside of Van Drugman, and heavy damage indeed.
Van Drugman and Bomar. Hornish involved in it too.
Chase Crawl. Oh, and a third e-ticket event. Maybe going to the wayside for Van Drugman. The rest of them are saying, welcome to the club of being stuck at 2. That's if they can go ahead and get it fixed. Wow, and it kind of just came out of nowhere.
And it's about the halfway point. We basically got ourselves a halftime.
Watch again. Did Drugman go down? Did Bomar go up? Or was it a mix of both worlds?
Might have to see a more head-on view, or at least a cockpit view, to see exactly.
Let's see it here.
All right, so he gets to the back of that 12 machine, and you're going to see him go up top. He kind of went down into the 12, it looked like.
Yeah. Second caution with 95 now laps remaining. Cody Workman, Kenny Reel, they're going to take a moment to go ahead and diagnose what all happened. The admin's just checking in, making sure it is Lucky Dog and wave around for the drivers involved with the incident. So they're going to take a time and check everything in. We get to catch our breath, but the big news to note, they're going to be packed back together for yet another run here in the Alabama 500.
Yeah, and it's going to bring a lot of guys back into this race. Roughly, what, 26 or 7 were on the lead lap. Of course, there'll be a Lucky Dog that's added into all that.
Kenny Reel looking to come to pit road, and he will. It's going to be an interesting reason for this. They're coming in just once more. Didn't these drivers just pit? I believe so. The idea is maybe a pit strategy move. Cody Workman, Sean Rowe, Riker Byram, and Kenny Reel. Okay, we're back, and we're ready to go back racing once more. As there's Sean Rowe, there's Cody Workman. I think they're going to allow these drivers to be the wave around. They did not already do so. The wave around specialists have found their way to the high banks and now down the backstretch of the Alabama Gang Super Stretch. Skylar Comstock, Van Drugman, unfortunately, still on pit road, and others coming in that didn't get the wave around. Chad Hornish on pit road, so Tyler Tinsley will get one of his, what was 17 laps down, and they will get ready for yet another restart. This is what Talladega is all about. You mentioned it, what you don't know, what's uncertain, and for that, I don't think very many expected that long green flag run to come after a caution that happened within the first 10 laps of the race.
No, I didn't think so either. And we've seen, at least from what I can tell, looking back, these races where we have the long green run, that caution comes out, and then it is just craziness from there.
Left side of your screen, you'll see that top 20. You mentioned earlier, not a lot of Fords were up there. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 Fords with that group alone, but the Chevrolets have taken over what used to be the dominant powerhouse of the Toyotas. Can Cody Workman be that driver that had to fight for his spot and go the distance? Mosteller looking for 3, Collazo looking for his first, Chase Krall finds his way in the top 10, and we finally see Braden Movick on the left side of the leaderboard.
All right, here we go.
Talladega, so much fun. From a viewer as a driver, it's nerve-wracking. We have just 93 laps remaining in the 2025 Alabama 500. Sean Rowe sealed with Mosteller and Collazo on the outside. Same with the 23. Can Max Steinmeier be just that final help of an aid to get the 99 to the lead? He is.
Not many restarted on the high side, but they all have joined up there. Bottom line does not go. Rowe, he's the one to go with Mosteller and Collazo.
And they are 2x2 just behind that top 3. James Beaumont topside with Eladon Contreras. Braden Movick joins on in as well. Not that energy that you saw when it was 3x3, but it's also because they were stuck single file behind with the wave around drivers.
And look, top 15, Braden Movick, top 12. He is moving his way up. It's go time now that he's back up with that main pack. Oh, press in the back. Oh, hard hit.
A huge hit to the outside retaining wall, and it should, in theory, bring out the caution.
Van Drugman,
time.
Huge hit for him as well.
2 e-ticket wins in a row, 2 cautions involved in a row.
It's like it's a curse almost. You hit 2 and it just sort of, that's your ceiling.
And how big of a win it is for the drivers that got the wave around. This will put Spencer Burns back on the lead lap. And there's the damage out of do. Ooh. Wow.
That was a hard hit. I mean, you see how much that right front is just demolished.
We're going to wonder if he can be one of the underdogs to get it done. And Team TCB goes, Team T goes 1, 2, 3 on drivers wrecked out.
Rough night all around, third caution of the night. And look at that right front, it's not even moving except for now. I mean, it's just, you can just see the damage. He's already into the pit wall.
Let's watch back on the replay.
Oh, hold on. He was going back to see the 61.
Well, before he sees Hornish, let's see if that was the case. I think it was more or less his car just didn't really work well. We don't see Hornish in view. He was lined up single file deeper in this pack.
So he made a move for a second.
I think Drugman was just trying to get in line at Connell, and once again allow through huge lick for that 21.
Same for the 26. Skylar Comstock, the driver of that car. Yeah, I'd say that's all she wrote for old dude.
Well, We know he's going to try to be back for NWP. The only difference is that's going to be a multi-day show, not just a one-day show. So making that event is going to be a whole lot tougher. Let's see if we can go ahead and maybe grab a word. And we do not see Nathan Dew. Oh, yes, we do. No pun intended. We see him in one of the chats. Let's go ahead and chime in. Dew, John Ramos, a heartbreak for Team T.
What? Hello?
Dude, John Ramos, you got a copy?
Yeah, I got a copy.
And it's a heartbreak for not just yourself, but your team. What happened back there?
I was pushing Patrick Connell there to get back to Joe Armstrong. We had a plan to just run it dry, all the lap cars, and then Van Jugman got in the way. He just ruined the whole plan. I don't know why he blocked Connell there. Got us all wrecked.
What was the goal for the run to the finish, knowing that you had your teammates out at least at one point of this race?
Try to get to the finish at that point. I mean, that was kind of the goal from the start. At that point, we were just going to try to get our laps back, hope for a caution, and yeah, I guess we were the caution there. So, awesome.
And the outlook to the next e-ticket, there is the Indiana 500. Are you thinking about building a race car there, or are you more looking forward to the NWP 400 to end the summer finale?
I think I'm busy the Indy weekend. I don't have a lot of experience in those cars anyway. So yeah, I'm definitely looking for NWP. Looking forward to that.
All right, unfortunate ending here at Talladega for Nathan Dew. And that's the thing, at the end of the day, we're going to have somebody beyond excited that they went to victory lane. Others happy that they maybe got part of the prize pool or just finished. And then you have the rest that are just bummed out that this is how their Friday went.
Yeah. But that's the way it goes each time. That's his Talladega. And who is that jumping down to the
That's
pits?
Joseph Armstrong. 90 laps to go.
89 when he gets out. So you're not going to make it on one stop, but make that last run a lot shorter.
And we've seen a couple of these guys, I think when they pit by themselves, like Burns and Champagne, I think they were forced to pit by themselves, and a lot of these drivers don't want to run around saving fuel. We haven't seen any fuel saving so far in this event because we've had the telemetry to tell us that. But some of these guys, because they haven't been breathing out of the throttle to not run in the back of others, they've come a little close.
You notice Mosteller jumping way up there. I'm just wondering why he was a little further back.
We'll get an update on possibly that. I think David Joyner was a lap down. I think he was just trying to get through the drivers that didn't get a waiver on him. So we'll continue to watch, monitor, and get information from the admins back at home. I want to say thank you to Drew Chu and Frank DeAngelis. We all know what Frank did at the end of the Florida 500. I said, Frank, if you want to get back in this stuff and win the hearts back of the viewers, you're going to do a little community service. So he admin the World Grand Prix, raced Darlington. He kind of got back in the flow of things. And then for this one, well, he said, let me do community service once again. Same with Drew Chua. And they're kind of just being the bird's eye view of it all to make sure things go right. That's how they caught the James Pomar incident that was very deep in the field.
Yeah, good on him. Good on him.
So let's try it again. Kenny Real, Malik Ray, Mosteller, and Hector Collazo. That is the top four. Max Steinmeier, Cody Workman, and Yair Rodriguez finds Chase Crawl in the Elite Eight. Contreras and Braden Movick are in the top 10. Braden did say this was the race he wanted to run around in the back for a big period of time. Not the case, at least as of right now. He is mostly up front. 36 drivers left racing. Delgado, Brummett, Tinsley. Making that Tyler Tinsley. Terrell Baker, Gavin Gomez, Carlos Struther, and Chad Thornquist are out of this event. Roll the dice. Just one more time from Talladega. Underdogs versus the veterans. Long-term drivers looking for their ring. Others maybe just wanting to finish this race. 88 laps to go in the Alabama 500. Mosteller inside with Max Steinmeier, Cody Workman. coming to join in, still 2x2, halfway down the Alabama Gang super stretch.
Just the back and forth of the lines. Now Real gets that push. The high side tends to have a little bit more of an advantage than the bottom, but it's all about how you are drafting in that line too. So you see close together up top, Malik Ray gives the push, and that's what's going to get Real clear of the pack.
2x2, Kenny Real on the outside in the Toyota. Closing in goes Mose. And here comes the seesaw effect, racing back to the stripe.
And look who's trying to lead the third line. That's Braden Muffick with a push from William Schmidt. They drafted back there early. That's going to get him all the way up 4 wide in the pack.
We haven't seen much of that tonight.
And we're seeing a lot of it. They keep it together.
Zachary Truhl, Gavin Austin. Justin Champagne just sneaking on through.
Oh, that is a patented Justin Champagne move. That's just a Champagne move.
Look at Joey's going to join in as well, 4 wide.
They're just having fun at this point.
Malik Ray, the race leader. Kenny Reels in second. Hector Collazo topside with Yair Rodriguez. And here they come, back 2x2 to the stripe.
Well, Collazo with a great run today, and he had a great run in the World Grand Prix, but unfortunately for him, issues came about, and he in a lot of ways felt cheated out of a win in that race. That was his race. He was the fastest one out there, having a great run in that Lightning McQueen Chevrolet, and just gunning it towards the front.
Now, originally was not going to run this scheme for the World Grand Prix. He sent it to me. I believe I sent it to you, and I said, Collazo, why are you going to run a Lightning McQueen 95? Come on, let's build your own brand here. And then I think my co-commentator went and said, this is great.
Yep. In big, bold, beautiful words.
And I went, you know what? I am a Cars fan. I think I was just being a little bit out of line. It is great. Let's see if he can chow his way to a win. And here he is up inside the top 7, top 8, trying to see if it can be done from Talladega.
It sticks out, that's for sure, and it's sticking out leading that top line, battling Cody Workman for the 4th spot with a push from Rodriguez. Down low, Riker Byram back in the fray. He's in 8th. And Max Steinmeier, we have not talked about him all night. Now we're past lap 100. They're going 3 wide in the pack again, and he is pushing Mosteller.
Can Jumpman finally claim victory at Talladega? Reddick was able to do it just about a year ago. That was on the reality side, but Matt's still looking for his ring on Sim. He's up to 2nd, pushing Daniel Mosteller. Puts Malik Ray in a bind on the outside 3 wide. What can PBR do to claim victory once again?
Middle line ain't getting it going. They're not rolling, and that's going to make it 2 dominant lines at the front. Malik Ray trying to get his way back. 4 wide in the pack again. Gavin Austin is the one going backwards. It's Armstrong getting a push from Champagne. They can't keep together because that's Rodriguez trying to break them up.
Man, these two working together, you don't see that much, but for Joe, it's an opportunity to net gain. He's up to 15. He went from the back. He's working his way forward. We do have a second group that's isolated just about a 1.5 seconds back, but mostly it's that massive herd of machines working back to turn 3. The veteran on the bottom, the veteran on the outside. Are you a Ray fan or are you a Mosteller fan? They're 3 wide behind.
They're 4 wide behind. Patrick Connell getting lapped. They make it through all good. Now they're back to 3 wide, 2x2 up towards the front with the leaders. And that's Chase Crawl in that low 88, who's making his way up on the high side now. Top 5 for Crawl.
Let's ask the viewers back at home, who has the better odds to win this race? Mosteller or Ray? Malik Ray, the 01 machine. Mosteller, the 87.
Whoa, what a move by Contreras. It almost looked like he had a flat. He went up so quick. Sorry, John. They are making amazing moves with 83 laps to go in this thing.
And you gotta love it as long as this stays without us having to need an extensive cleanup. Joseph Armstrong from the back to the front with Justin Champagne. Hello, Catbird C.
And you know, John, in the Florida 500, Contreras, with about 15 or so to go, was in that main pack. He has shown speed at these super speedways. Internet was the problem. Had to get a black flag. It ruined his race before. He has not had a problem all night long. Knock on wood. He has done great. Loses the lead. 3 wide for the lead in Champagne.
Gunned it to the middle, and it's going to work. A Champagne leads again in Talladega. This being Justin. Help from Garza. and they're 3 wide, dicing and dancing around. Chase Crawl to the outside will line up with Kenny Reel, and they're looking for one move. That's to go forward.
And anywhere else, a half-second lead, it is welcome. But Champagne and Garza, you're sitting ducks as the tandem of Ray and Reel, 0-1 and 1-1, going up towards the front. Champagne makes the move, goes up high, tries to block the 0-1. He's not going to have any of it, splits the middle, and takes the lead.
Oh, trouble! Joseph Armstrong around right through the trial vault. It's the big one. Mosteller is in it. Cody Workman gets a piece of it, and with 81 laps to go, we see the caution. Yahir Rodriguez heavy damage as multiple drivers scatter to the grass. Matt Steinmeier extensive damage as well. What is this gonna play with the rest of this race still to go?
Major competitors, major favorites might have just been taken out, or their races might be hampered immensely after that. We got to see what happened.
I mean, there was nowhere to go. It was nuts working their way through the tri-oval. There's damage, I believe, on the Patrick Connell machine. You haven't seen anything out of Joseph Armstrong just yet. Now you do. I mean, he was sideways in front of the field. Is it towed out? Maybe bowed out on the back end.
You can see some damage on the back, that's for sure. Let's just see the replay of what happened here. We saw Mosteller get some air down on the bottom. He was sent into the grass, it looked like. Might have to go a little further back.
Joe, one of those drivers that have led so much of this event. 3 wide, Chase Crawl to the outside, Mose on the bottom.
And he just wasn't clear.
No room.
That sends Chase Crawl around to what a save by the 88.
Oh, look at the damage, Braden Movick.
Yeah, that's toast. He's done. Cody Workman, innocent bystander. Looked like Truel was involved. Mosteller slides innocently to the bottom.
Braden Movick, he was waiting around all race. We can add another tally of drivers that are going for their third out. Chad Thornquist, TCB, Movick. Is Van Drugman still in the race? I believe he is. But he's going to need a heck of an opportunity to go his way. Watch again. Oh, man. Abraham Vila just caught the back end on the nose of the 42.
What's the damage on the 81? Because he's been somebody who's been up there as much as any of those guys collected.
It's extensive. But it's not, I don't think it's out of the question. We've seen some wild things happen.
That left, maybe it's just the angle. That left front looked a little off.
It's going to be a busy one down pit road. We're going to get updates as things go on. 80 laps to go, and here they all come in.
Let's see where all the favorites land out of this.
Damage on Eladon Contreras. I think he's going to elect to stay out.
What was the damage on the 87? Because it looked like he had jumped it in the grass, but then he had spun pretty much out of the way of the pack.
Well, there's Mosteller. He is on pit road. It doesn't look too bad. You know what? We're going to have to start going down pit road. We don't have a pit reporter for these e-ticket events, but let's start just bringing them on in. First, starting out with Daniel Mosteller. Most quick answer. Is it okay or is it not?
I'm all good, but when Brady was crashing to the inside wall, he missed me by like an inch. So counting my lucky stars, but we're gonna be all good. Road to 3, still alive.
Okay, I think you're 1 of 1 at this point. We'll soon find out. Braden Movick, it didn't look too good. What's the answer? Is no answer an answer?
Well, I mean, it'll give you about the same amount of information regardless. So.
That is not what many were looking forward to see if he could get his third. Movick, heavy damage. We're going to go ahead and chime in maybe with Van Drugman. We saw him with some issues. Van Drugman, you're in the chat with a competitor at Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Aiden Walker. What's the outlook for your car?
Get a couple more yellows, we'll be back in it, so don't worry. But I just got ran to, pretty much. I felt like. I mean, Omar, you know, it's his fault, he accepted it, but I don't even know what happened the second time. That was kind of ridiculous. But I don't think the race is over. I'll let you know when the race is over, but right now, still got 90 to go, so I think we'll be alright.
Good to know. That was Van Drugman. He went on in. I don't think we're going to see the one to go this time by it. Braden Mubik is back. He opened the door. How are you?
I've been better.
You have been better.
Race cars too. Destroyed.
Destroyed.
What a shame.
What a shame.
Squidward didn't even get a chance.
Squidward. No. Is it going to be like that meme of Squidward watching from the top of his house as SpongeBob and Patrick play? Sorry, was that too early?
No, if Demos wins, it will be that. But I'll be so mad. I'll be so mad if he wins.
So you're going to be hate watching for the rest of this event.
No, I'm probably going to win. I'm so annoyed right now. I had to spend all race in the back doing nothing because of my, like, for some, whatever reason, this track only, and for some reason, sessions hosted by you are the only ones that my computer cannot handle. I can race everywhere else perfectly fine with no connection problems. And it's not my internet because I'm able to be in Discord. I've been watching WWE SmackDown for the first 2 hours and 25 minutes because I was sitting in the back the whole race. And of course, the second I go to the front, I get annihilated. So nothing ever goes right anymore. No. It's part of that two-time club curse, I guess.
Is it a curse? Because Van Drugman has just been, like, I think, beaten up in this entire event.
Yeah, Demos told them after he got wrecked the first time, welcome to the curse club.
I think we're going to open Indiana and count down to green up with, is there a curse? Because it has not gone away. Mubik would love to chat with you more, but we're getting ready for a restart. Wow. We came into this event with upwards of 4 or 5 drivers that have won 2 e-tickets. 1, maybe and a half left standing if Van Drugman can get back going.
I'm telling you, John, I'm not too superstitious, but I'm a little stitious right now.
After Van Drugman went back-to-back and what we've seen so far, it's going to be tough to break the curse. 77 laps to go in the Alabama 500.
And look at this new cast of characters up towards the front. Real, yes, he's been there all race, but look who we got to push from. Chase Crawl, great restart for him in that 88.
The driver from Ohio slams the back end of Kenny Real.
Look at the difference of that pack now.
And we said it, if you're going to go get food and come back, you're going to miss a big chunk of this story. And Dominic Barbagallo's in 6th. Dale Greenwood. We were cheering when he led a lap. He realistically could win this race.
Yeah, and he's 7th now after being lapped earlier. So, a lot of race to go either way on this thing. You're seeing that main pack of roughly 18 or so cars who are racing up towards the front. Collazo leads the second group who's taking it a little bit more easy.
But then you still have Malik Ray. You still have Justin Champagne. You still have Davis Lewis and company that know they can turn this show upside down and in a hurry. Chase Crawl, new leader in the Alabama 500. His father, Charlie, calls all of the ARCA East and ARCA West action on Flow Racing. The Flow Racing throwback to the Talladega Night scheme ran by Ricky Bobby is being shoved by the 86. That was a staple in NR 2003.
And these two have not been anywhere near the front until the last 20 or so minutes of this race. Up front, though, Real, he has. And you might say, oh, crash in the back. Big crash. Looked like the 28 was involved. The Truel, he's in front of others too, gets off and out of the way.
I don't think they're going to throw the caution. It was too far back for the admins to say, let it be a factor. Truel will get it fired. We stay green. Great call. Now Garza's to the bottom here of Huff.
3 wide. Huff looks up the middle, and that's going to shuffle out Champagne. And you're looking up front, and Champagne has to be one of the guys who look as a favorite. Of course, Malik Ray is. Spencer Burns, though, in 12th. He's the one I want to look at back in this race after being almost 2 laps down earlier.
Left side of your screen, you see the top 20 will now fade from about 15th on back of the drivers that are cycled on through this event.
Now Garza, who's led so many laps, led almost to the finish of the Florida 500. He has control of this race. 3-car breakaway at the front, 3 wide behind them.
Sanders, Huff, Sean Rowe, Justin Champagne. 3 by 3 they sit behind the Lane Sanders 86.
And you're looking at some of those favorites of Mostel or Workman there, just chilling in the back of their own group. Right in the back of this pack, actually.
What a story would it be if Lane Sanders goes to victory lane. Lane, an Alabama native, he's out of Huntsville. He considers Talladega his home track. Also the short track, the grassroots track of that of Huntsville Speedway. But when most play NR 2003 for the first time, they most likely take the Fred Jones 86 to where? Talladega. What a story it would be if he could win his first C-ticket event in that scheme, tying his past of his childhood to the present of the sim racing.
Well, there's a lot of competitors he's going to have to beat, but he's going to try for the lead now. Beat him at least with 73 to go. Lane Sanders to the lead.
Crawl's going to push him. And Shaver's going to be in tow.
You know, before the race, John, a lot of the drivers told us, get ready. It's going to be 2 by 2, just like the next gen is in real life. But it has been 3 wide more often than not in the second half of this race. Slicing and dicing. Huff blocks up top. Champagne nowhere to go but backwards.
And could we see that with any other series? Maybe. Because what happened in the Florida 500 duels? It was 2 by 2. There wasn't a lot of energy being built up till maybe the last 5 or 7 laps. It's the design of these drivers and how they're just wired up. We're going to the front. We're going to get loud. We're going to be excited. Why? Because they're race fans at heart. And with 73 laps to go, as the ones watching back at home are at the edge of their seat, everyone's got the loud pedal just sealed to the floorboard.
Up top, William Schmidt, the closer. He's working his way up this early. Lane Sanders goes up to block. Keeps the lead for now, right ahead of that 79. Gets him a bit bunched up down to the bottom. Loose, that's the 88.
Schmidt is with them. Bails out of line. Garza's going to go with the 79. Leaves daylight from maybe what could have been the third lane. Sean Rowe, 2-car lane separating his teammate in front of him.
You're seeing side by side for the lead again. Lane Sanders on the high side gets the push, nose ahead for now. Nope, Schmidt's gonna have it to the line. If it were the last lap, it'd be a photo finish. It's not. 71 to go in this race.
Off back to 5th. Sean Rowe's got company. Here's a teammate in James Bomar. Bomar involved in the incident that brought the caution out after the extensive long green flag run. They've fixed the nose of the Sundrop Toyota and is right back in this thing.
Oh, loose up front for Sanders. Got a bit of a push from 38. Contact, ping-ponging 4 wide into the corner.
You'd think this is crazy. We still have 71 laps to go. 4 wide still. Crawl can get in line. Can somebody work with that 86, or is that top lane just going to rush on by?
Oh, that top lane's led by Malik Ray. He is flexing his muscle up towards the front with a push from Rowe. He gets the lead out of the tri-oval, almost the corner. He's going to have it cleared.
70 to go. And Champagne just catches the elevator line at the top of the building. Here's the move. Rowe to the bottom. Bomar to cover. Bomar to follow.
Nobody can stay up that long. Maybe 3 or 4 laps if everyone else plays nice with you, but they're not playing nice. At this point, 70 laps to go. They're racing like there's nothing left.
So much energy being built up. That's, I think, now the definition of the second half of this race. Nobody really throwing anything else out there but making those quick decisions. And look at the nose of these cars. They have gone through battle. They have gone through war. And you still have 70 to go.
And you're seeing the side-by-side so much, the side draft so much that they keep door banging. Look at that move to the middle. Is that William Schmidt? I think it is.
Can the closer get it done? He qualified pretty well, but haven't talked about him since the first maybe 10 laps of this event.
Which is a patented William Schmidt day. Really quiet until it matters. Who hasn't been quiet? Dale Greenwood, who's going up for the lead again.
Can Dale Greenwood get it done? If you watch ZR in 21, 22, 23, 24, and now the present, you know this name. He hasn't won much. He hasn't won since 2021. Should we say the first couple of months of this community being born? What a story it would be connecting past and present.
When they're lining up on the high side, there might be 5 on the bottom. The rest are just lining up in a huge freight train.
And Greenwood, he's lost so much. The driver out of Oakland, California, he lost his baseball team, he lost his NFL team, he has lost e-tickets, he has lost so many races. Can he catch a win on this beautiful afternoon in sim on the October side? Moves to the bottom of Contreras.
Picks him up. That's going to open the high side up for Malik Ray. He gets the push from William Schmidt. Behind him, Josh Kenyon's back in the mix, and so is Chase Krall.
And Krall's another one, new on the scene. Late 2024. Joined in, started designing. Everyone realized his art, his technique rivals the paint schemes you see run on Sunday. Can one of his schemes, let alone himself, claim victory in an e-ticket event?
Only time will tell. 21 in this lead lap, at least in this pack. They're coming up on another lapper, side by side again. Ray just with the nose ahead of Greenwood. And this third line starting to form up again. Real on the high side with a push from Rowe.
Zachary Truel, he'll go a lap down. Down on the inside, a blink by Eladom. It hasn't been an issue till this race. The admins will monitor, but now they're stuck 4 wide.
Oh, and it looked like there was going to be a huge stack up. He's blinking really bad. We talked about it earlier. He'd been fine, but look at how the pack is all back and forth.
One moves one way, another moves the other. Ray up to second, Schmidt leading. But is it too early for the driver that is a defending e-ticket winner at Homestead?
And you look about 5, 6 of them. That pack is getting all strung out, but it's kind of like an accordion. You just bring them all back together. That little blink from the 92 caused that.
We're closing in on golden hour. The high banks, the 33 degrees of banking, turns 1 and 2 are just shot with the sun. Everything else, just that beautiful look. But what can happen? What can change? What can go the way? Ray to the lead. He jumps to the outside. Kenyon on the bottom. He's now lined up with Kenny Real.
As the shadows grow, so too does the pressure. Coming to 65 laps left. Ton of time left, yes, but you got to position yourself. And especially since this run has went green, you never know if we're going to have another one of those long runs. You have to keep that in the back of your mind. Up front, Kenyon with the lead, not for long. It's Real getting the push from Rowe.
He finally got the number. He has been looking to run. Now has Sean Rowe with him. Basically an isolated teammate. And these guys have broken away. We talked about it in Countdown to Green. It was going to happen at some point. The drivers behind were stuck 2x2 side drafting. This is 9th of Dominic Barbagallo. The top 8 scooted away. Yes, in drafting range, they'll catch back up. But it's still a reminder, don't forget how this aero package now works.
Well, these are the ways that you learn. What can you do at the end of the race? How long is it going to take for 9th place Barbagallo to get himself back in position? Because yes, it might take half a lap or a lap, but that's going to be important if there's a strung out restart at the end. If they're strung out at the end, when do you make your move? This is about that last portion of the race that you actually are learning that before you put it in practice.
Rowe on the outside with Eladom Contreras. I think most want to get to the bottom.
And they are down on the bottom trying to freight train him. That 99 though, putting up the good fight. He's going to get the 79 behind that 92. Line forms back up 2x2 through most of the main pack.
Okay, so they can't go the rest of the way without pitting at least once more. So do you cut it short by pitting in or around lap 40, or do you try to go the distance to maybe 25 to go?
Well, they pit with roughly 90 laps left. So 45, if you split it in half, you're not going to be able to do that, at least from what we've been able to tell, as Contreras now takes the lead as a push from Champagne. And then Champagne bails him, as he so often has done today. 3 wide again. Whoa! Might not have had to think about green flag pit stops if that happened. So what you might have to do is just run it as long as possible. And the last 50, 45 laps, run as long as possible, gas and go, and hope you win it that way. That could be an option.
I just don't see them taking tires. And we haven't seen really that much fall off either. Now with the package of 23, yes, you were going to have to take tires. There was at one point they were lifting in the middle of the corner. At Atlanta, maybe so as well, but here, as long as you could keep it off the wall, you would be in a good shape. Lane Sanders struggling to do that.
Leaders each line for a moment were clean and green, as in green cars up front. That sun drop machine of Bomar, he's the one that's clean and green with the lead.
And they say green cars are bad luck for Bomar. I think it's great luck that he had a couple cautions, because he now leads. Want to once again thank our sponsors for this event. Sanders Racing Designs, who is sponsoring the Most Laps Led Award. $20 is going to be awarded to that driver. I'm going to eyeball the fact that it may be that of Malik Ray. 29 laps led of the 127 laps ran in this race. And then we got the fastest lap award, that being gifted to none other than the driver that goes the fastest lap in this event. Brought to you in part by Vega Dog Autosport. We're going to continue to keep a watchful eye on that.
4 wide again, and look who's starting to make their way up into this pack. That's Mosteller in the 87. 4 wide, Malik Ray has no help with him. He's getting shuffled.
And it worked. That 3 wide is going to work now, but not too many drivers stuck in that middle lane.
And you just see the difference that it can make. Malik Ray was leading or running for the lead a lap ago. Now he's almost outside the top 20, up to the top. Josh Kenyon, huge block from Justin Champagne. Can't make it work. He goes to the middle.
And it's that game of inches, right? I mean, on TV, it looks crazy. It's nuts. But if they can give an inch or give 2, as long as they get to the next corner, they're all A-okay. But right now, we're starting to watch, because this is the first time we've seen Kenyon get aggressive, not the first time for Justin Champagne. And the bottom line, they have not been really shuffling back and forth. They're in tow to ride, as maybe Eladon Contreras got just a little bit too wild coming to the stripe.
Well, and that's going to give Huff the lead down to the bottom. Collazo out of the way. He goes, I believe, 4 laps down now. That 55 of Huff with a push from Bomar. They're going to get a little bit of a gap here. Schmidt now trying to get that draft on him. Where does he make the move? He does, down low. 3 wide for the race lead as Champagne goes with Huff.
Adam Garza's back in this. Jumps back to the outside. Huff in tow. Justin Champagne, bottom side, 3 wide.
Well, and Huff has been really consistent and just keeping himself mostly out of trouble in these e-tickets this year. His first couple, and they've been pretty good. And now he gets shuffled, but still plenty of time for him to make his way up in the final 60 laps of this event.
And I kind of like what he did here. He could have gone in front of Derek Shaver in 30, but he realized you do that, you get back in line, you're kind of in that danger zone. And we've had incidents, yes, up front in this event, but the ones that have really felt that impact were what would have been row 3, row 4, maybe 16th, 15th. Huff said, if I'm not up front, I might as well be in the back. And for the first time all day, Malik Ray rides outside the top 20.
Yeah, and you're kind of thinking, do you work your way up front, or do you wait for those guys who haven't run up towards the top all day to maybe crash themselves out, and then you just have Lady Luck on your side against them?
Greenwood P2, Josh Kenyon P3.
Top 4 have kind of leveled it off now.
I talked to Dale, and he said, I just want to finish the race, and if we're up there, yeah, we're going to go for it. I don't think he expected himself to be in this position at this point in the event.
Well, how about Davis Lewis up there in the 6 machine? We haven't talked about him at all today. With 58 to go, here he appears up at the moment outside the top 5, but for a bit inside it.
And still that 2x2, PBR, Zach Todriff watching on as that outside lane forms on in. Only time I've mentioned William Schmidt is, oh, he's our closer, he's our closer. How is he our closer? Because every single NR night in America leading up to his first e-ticket win, he was in position to win only in the final 5 laps of the race. Oh, who's going to win? Wait, where did William Schmidt come from? Same on the super speedways. So a little foreign to see him up here now, because usually when it's 15 to go, he's up there leading the event.
Well, you asked where did he come from? Where did that 23 of Max Steinmeier come from? It's all golden up towards the front. Sean Rowe might be the best pusher in the field. I have seen him push so many people to the lead today, and he's not the only one that's done this, but so many times he pushes somebody up to the lead and then can make that move. That might be the key to win this race. Push someone all the way up there and then race for the win against them.
And another key to victory, get to the checkered flag. Give yourself that opportunity coming off turn 4, coming through the trioval, exiting the trioval, and that's something that these drivers have kind of started instilling in their head. If I make a bold move in 1 and 2 on the last lap, there's a good chance I'm going to wreck someone. And if I know it could get me involved, I could have just lost the race right there, thinking, wow, I still had the backstretch, I still had 3 and 4, I still had the trioval, because where the start-finish line is here at Talladega, why throw it away in 1 and 2 on the final lap? And what we're seeing is passive aggressiveness. Who oversteps that boundary with 56 to go? That could also overstep it with 2 to go, with 3 to go.
4 wide again in the pack. Real is the one that's the loser there. 3 wide now throughout. But we're seeing more aggressive moves. We're seeing more 3 wide, which is normal. We're seeing 4 wide, which is aggressive. I swear at one point, John, we saw 5 wide.
I get to say it. Shake and bake, baby, sitting second and third. Chase Crawl, Gavin Austin. I'm sorry, I was so ready for you to finish that sentence to say it.
And it's great. It's up front, both those cars. Ricky Bobby, Cal Naughton Jr. race. Oh, wait, no, that's Chase Crawl. That's Gavin Austin racing for the lead.
My night is complete. I don't care what happens for the rest of this race. Chase Crawl, Gavin Austin, Chase designing both of the schemes, finding their way 1-2, the RGR Tango, soon to get swallowed up topside by Malik Ray. That went from 20th up to 4th, and William Schmidt taking reign to the upside of turn 3.
We talked about pushers, you talked about guys going to the front. Malik Ray might be the guy to beat tonight. He is the guy to beat. Nobody else has been able to go through the pack as quickly as he has and stay up front as much as he has. Though there's contact in the pack itself, they keep it together.
And what's great about Talladega, how wide this track is. At Daytona, a lot of these moves wouldn't be able to work just because it's really 3 lanes wide, even though sometimes you can get 4. At Talladega, 4 lanes wide. And let's be honest, sometimes it can make 5. They may not make it off the corner if they do so.
Well, that 01 was loose off the corner. He made it, though. Now it's Huff leading the pack once more at the front net 55. Again, he's quietly just been up in the top 10 pretty much all year in these e-tickets.
We just talked about Chase Crawl quite literally a lap ago. He's now in 20th. This package produces passing. It's not as energized as the one we saw last year, but these drivers have mastered it to a T. Malik Ray just had the Coke race Tuesday, so he's definitely had the most practice out of anybody to get to this main event. And it's showing. Topside working, inside working. I mean, the best of both worlds, all in the steering wheel of that 01.
But up front, Schmidt's going to take it away from him. Rowe to second. Ray goes down to third. Now it's Garza battling the pack for 4th.
Topside, Austin gets a helping hand. Eladon Contreras, top 3 breakaway. You still have to think about pitting. It's going to happen at some point during this race, unless a caution flies with maybe 40 laps to go.
Well, they can't make it, I don't think, on one more stop. At least from when they pit before. Oh, somebody in the wall. Just briefly, I think that might have been Crawl.
And the top line works once again. The Toyotas are back, and I don't think they're leaving up front. Almost some mixed bags with the Chevrolet. The West Texas driver is up to 9th in Riker Byram. But we're really watching what's going on now with Eladon Contreras. He continues to blink.
Yeah, and that might be, again, what unravels his race just as it did in February at Daytona. Up front, top 4 in a line. Top 3 all over each other. Ray, Schmidt, Garza, Champagne trying to lead the high side with Rowe, the best pusher in the field. Then you got Gavin Austin in 6th, and it's just side by side behind him.
And it's working really well. Honing back in on Eladon Contreras, you may be saying, why does he have so many internet issues, you know? And for Contreras, just having iRacing is a challenge. As really for many viewers possibly watching back at home, the way his room is set up, he can't have a steering wheel and pedals, a whole setup, so he has to race in the kitchen. Yes, there's been times where he has ran an e-ticket, he's racing in the kitchen, and his mother is making dinner. And he said it before, yes, it makes me hungry. In the middle of the race, my stomach will start growling. So as Eladon is racing, and I'm pretty sure dinner time is over, he's thinking in the back of his head, can we get this win? Internet has plagued us for so long, and he got the warning. So far, it seems to be fixed.
And you're seeing that spread out nature of those guys up front. Now they're coming all back together. Get that rubber band all stretched out and then let it snap back together. Coming to 50 laps left in this race. It's Champagne with Schmidt right on his bumper. Garza behind him. It's going to be Rowe that can't keep up with them. 50 to go. Champagne leads.
And Rowe's going to try to get it sized up on the outside. Champagne's going to get swallowed, maybe not, because Garza was going to go with Schmidt. Elects to go to the bottom. Justin Champagne, how did him and Don Julio come together? And our night in America. Never forget, what was it, Jared? January of 2023, we're moving our way from those cosplay events mostly to just drivers looking their best, almost like getting their best outfits for these e-tickets. And I said, Justin, let's give you a sponsor. What sponsor do you want? He's like, I love alcohol. Really? What's your favorite alcohol? Don Julio. Put it on the car, and there it is. It's been the same scheme ever since February of 2023.
And it's been a really good one for him. It's one of the most recognizable ones in the field. Garza in that 8. He's becoming recognizable at the front with how much he's been racing there in these super speedways. Now he gets a push from Ray. Up at the high side, takes the lead, but for how long?
Pushing and shoving. Malik Ray. One of the bolder drivers, and it's gotten him an e-ticket win. In theory, he could possibly be a 3-time. Almost won California. Almost won the Florida 500. Now he sits, now dives to the inside for the race lead.
And Champagne follows him. I think Champagne was trying to just kind of get them both.
Ooh, top side, and that may have just put a dent to the nose of the 8.
Keeps the lead though.
Shuffling, swaying, 48 laps to go. And no one's been able to hold on for much longer. Rowe's going to hit that wall, and it's going to snap things up just behind Joseph Armstrong.
Almost 4 wide again, 3 wide all through the pack again, and you just keep asking, how long can they keep this going? We saw what happened before. We saw the first big one, hopefully the only big one. Through the middle, Contreras now leads that middle line with Steinmeier up front. It's Garza, it's Ray, it's Rowe, it's Champagne.
You see that long line behind him. Drivers waiting. Who's back there? That's a notable. Abraham Vila for sure. Spencer Burns is another. They think that this is not done. They think the ticking time bomb is going to snap at some point. And if they can catch smoke in the air, they can bail out of the throttle and then watch it all occur in front of them.
Well, and you see these moves they're all making, now going to the top, now all over the place. Malik Ray tries to make the move, doesn't make it work. Oh, a hit with the 38 and the 22. Here comes Joseph Armstrong as they come up on another lap car. That Van Drugman, the winner of the last 2 e-tickets, loses a lap, goes down to the apron out of it, and up front they race by, continue by, 47 to go. It's Garza leading.
And if you watch back on what happened off the exit of turn 1, Justin Champagne, he hesitates once and you're stacking up 15 cars behind him. No one can make a hesitation move for their own well-being and really the others.
Well, you have to ask too, when are they going to pit? Because again, we've said roughly 40, 39, 40 laps. That's your window. We have 47 laps left of this thing.
Schmidt to the outside, Chase Crawlin made. Cody Workman is back, was just involved in an incident. He gets back up, and he's going to be fighting for this one.
Up on the high side, 3rd one in line. Another blink from the 92. Another. That might end his night, at least competitively.
Yeah, another thing is, if it's consistent iRacing, we'll call him.
Now they're starting to line it back up. You got to think that if they're lining up on the bottom like this, John, pit stop should be coming pretty quick. And again, 39, 40 laps. That, loses the 20 of Bomar. He's all good, but 39, 40 laps is your window.
Champagne's only one in this race. I talked to Justin earlier. He said, I want to see the bottles being popped when I take the lead. I want to see it being spammed in the chat when I win the Alabama 500.
He's putting himself in great position all night to do so. You're seeing that top group, they're starting to spread.
Let's go find where some of these drivers are that we've had in the poll. Daniel Mosteller. I asked the viewers who has better odds of winning. 67% say Mosteller over Malik Ray. Do you agree with that?
No. Malik Ray has been so fast all night, and I mean, you're looking at the moves he's making. I get they're aggressive, but that's what you got to do. Ray has been the one who's been most consistently up front all night, and there's more lap guys are coming up on 3 wide again in the pack.
Here's Mosteller. He's running in 13th.
John, 44 laps to go. When they pit, they'll be coming to 43 to go. They're getting to the edge of that window.
Did I just see James Bohm? No, check that. That was Adam Garza. I think he just pumped the brakes coming to the line. And it stacked up Bomar and William Schmidt. Not sure exactly what that was for, but at least from our end, it looked like maybe he pulled a brake check. Nonetheless, it is going to give the advantage to Ray and Champagne.
And you're seeing a couple of these guys, Hornish and Truel, and here's Rodriguez going lap down, multiple laps down, whatever it might be. It's going to be a squeeze here.
Yahir Rodriguez.
4 wide again.
And you're so helpless as the 16. All you can do is hold your line. You can't go anywhere.
The other guys jump to the pits. Oh, at least one of them did. Hornish, I believe, still on track ahead of them.
And the laps continue to fade. 43 laps to go now. You're just about 3 laps away from the fuel window. From there, you can go the rest of the distance as long as you keep it conservative, racing through the middle of the pack.
Is Joseph Armstrong at the back of this pack, or is he completely gone? He's 24th position. Is he in the pits? No, he's a lap down. I don't know how we didn't notice he'd been a lap down in all of this.
Lap down he is. I believe they called a penalty on him. We'll get an update on that. Remember the incident that occurred.
So up front, Ray leads the way. The majority of the pack, if not all the pack, elects not to go down the pits. John, they might make it to the window.
I think they will. Racing their way back to 1 and 2. And the admin said he's a lap down. He served it. And it was a drive-through penalty for his incident that occurred in the trial. But the admin's been very consistent tonight,
which we appreciate immensely.
I think the original thought process was the L5 Chad Thornquist after his incident early in the event. He elected to leave. And we saw in the live chat what the answer was from drivers. And then from there, a little bit later in the race, Joseph Armstrong causing an incident, putting him 1 lap down. I want to say thank you to everyone that is super chatting. David Bell just dropped down a $10 super chat. Very grateful indeed for that. We're going to continue to update things as they go on. But the big thing to know, at least from what we have seen, consistent flow, comers and goers. If you did super chat, we didn't miss it. Yes, we will go ahead and shout you out at the conclusion of this event. Adam Garza, he's always found a way to get up there, Jared. I don't think that's going to be moving anytime soon.
No, he has been up front a ton in this thing. And we're hitting that 40 to go mark. They're going to get the window. They're going to be within the window, which is a great job on all of their parts. Oh, but they're aggressive. More blinking from the 22.
And that may be his first warning. Admins did catch Eladon Contreras. They said, no, not blinking anymore. They're going to continue to monitor and wait to see maybe if anything changes. Icing, dicing, fighting. And for Joseph Armstrong, either trying to become the lucky dog, stay on the lead lap, so if there is an incident, he doesn't have to restart from the tail end.
That top line, they are definitely starting to get lonely up there. Armstrong, Workman, Greenwood, Riker, Byram, but the bottom line is pretty much completely full. Workman now, Cody Workman to the lead.
Help from Dale Greenwood. Those two are teammates. Matter of fact, they've been teammates since NASCAR Heat 3.
And now they got the dive down to the pits. Most of the pack goes down into pit road. We're seeing them smoke up the tires again. Don't speed. That cannot happen if you're going to win this race.
Money stop time at Talladega. If this event goes green the rest of the way, it will be the final stop. Jolting in goes some. Now to note, this is not enough to get an overtime finish, so they're banking on this thing going the distance, or at least a caution coming within 20 laps.
Well, you know it's going to get a little more spread out. The question is, can you win the race off? But the other question is, can you win the race off with your teammates, with your drafting partners, with your help? Here we go.
Malik is out. Rowe is out. Garza and the company as well.
Now I'm wondering, will Malik Ray slow it down a bit? Yes, he does. Lets the pack get up to him so they can't get that run on him. Very smart move.
And they're mostly single file. I'm not seeing many stragglers. There's Shaver. Shaver back in the 23rd position. These drivers are in. That's Workman. That's Greenwood. Are they going to get swallowed up? Are they going to be consistent? I mean, we're going to see. This is a bullet train down the Alabama Gang super stretch.
Let's see what we got. They are almost a full song at this point. Malik Ray with a bit of a buffer between himself and Rowe. This is for 5th, by the way. Top 4 coming out of the pits now.
And it'll be 38 laps to go. Here's Riker Byram. There's Daniel Mosteller. And that's what they don't want to see in the mirror.
Because if they aren't with the other two, they could lose this draft. Where is Workman and Greenwood? That's the question. They'll be the ones that are able to stay out in front. But either way, that pack will swallow them up, even if they get to full speed. Oh, no! Somebody goes around. They save it, though, in the back.
Was that Bomar? It
That was.
Hector Colazzo.
That's going to take some of that momentum away.
Both of them. Both groups, Workman, Greenwood, Riker, Byram, Mosteller, textbook idea. I think they were going to stick in the main pack no matter what, but at least they're going to stay up front with the separation we saw.
And that's coming 37 laps to go. Fuel will not be an issue in regulation tonight.
All right, we got a showdown in Dega. How about it?
Race to the finish. Top 4 guys all in the line. They're just trying to keep as much momentum possible. Here comes Armstrong. He is a lap down, meaning that Rowe in 5th would be the guy trying to get the lead from that top 4.
Can Joe either get the lucky dog or get back on the lead lap? He's wanting one of the two.
Well, and they're not catching them as quick as maybe some people would think. They still got a second and a half to catch up to them because they're racing all the way through this pack. Top 4, they're just going to stay in line. It's a smart play here.
Davis Lewis, Chase Crawl, Adam Garza on the inside, Justin Champagne right with them. Malik Ray is what's separating 2 by 2 from single file.
Looking down low. Lots of racing and slicing and dicing. And John, is it just me or is this pack losing ground to the top 4?
I think they are. Man, they have just kicked it off and see it. This is 2 seconds.
But these 4 were in that pack earlier that caught them. They stayed together and they were able to catch up because they raced smart. These guys are slicing, dicing, racing it up, and that's slowing them down.
Look at Burns. He's another one that's jolting in and out of line.
They're slowly catching them now, which I do think they will catch them no matter what.
That's a good key to note. At least for maybe 10 laps to go, if you see 5th on back, going back and forth, and maybe the top 4 say, get in the line right now, let's go. That could be the decider.
Very well could. You see Van Drugman just getting out of the way now. But look at that gap, second and a half between Mosteller and Ray.
What a treat we've had of a race. And now there's 35 laps remaining.
Well, and you might think of this second group, why aren't you getting into a single file line like the leaders? Well, because if you're going to get in a single file line, more than likely somebody is going to get shuffled back, and you don't want that somebody to be you. Plus, they're still making up that ground as Kenyon and Burns are the guys leading it, and they're staying single file.
And there's more drivers to worry about, right? You can say, hey, get in a line, but who's not going to listen? And we know very well some of these drivers.
Oh, the 11 of Rio. He almost went around. He saved it. That's another one that's going to, again, drag that group back.
And we know with these drivers, sometimes they can act a little selfish. There's only one driver that can win at the end of the day. And with 35 laps to go, you get single file and you're too far back than maybe you want to be. You say, no, I'm not listening to you, Malik Ray. I'm not listening to you, Josh Kenyon.
But look what that did, and look what them racing has done. That top 4, they're pulling away again.
Can Daniel Mosteller break the curse? A year ago, won his second e-ticket title by going back-to-back. Wrecked out of the NWP, wrecked out of All-American, wrecked out of Florida, wrecked out of all of them.
Well, how about Riker Byram, too? I know we're talking Mosteller going for that 3rd one, but there's 3 guys ahead of him that have never won an e-ticket before. I mean, look at Riker Byram. He has raced better and better most recently, and you see behind them, they're starting to line it up. But can he finally break through? Cody Workman has talked about the struggles of the hurricane ruining the area around him. Can he break through and win? Dale Greenwood, a stalwart of this community since the console days, back when we were on the heat days. Can he break through, or will it be one of these guys that's lined up in the pack now and is trying to chase them down?
An interesting part, everyone in front of Mosteller considered an underdog. One win for Riker Byram. It was a community event, the Battle at the Beach. That was at New Smyrna Speedway with the ARCA Gen 4 stock car. Cody Workman, a win here and there, same with Greenwood. I mean, you're talking about what could be the greatest super speedway driver stuck behind 3 underdogs.
You have to think about this too. Mosteller might have more e-ticket wins, or as many e-ticket wins as the rest of them have NR wins combined, and they just gained another second.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't look now, but they are pulling away from Malik Ray and Justin Champagne.
And Les, I can't think this is a fuel deal that they're getting that far back.
Well, let's look at the inputs. This is 187. And that blinking is almost just like a glitch. It's like that fine line between what is the driver hitting the throttle or not. That's 180. What about this?
Are they?
7?
These guys did pit a lap later.
Do we dare chime in quickly? And maybe ask someone. Okay, let's do it. We haven't done that in quite some time. A live in-race report. If they're sitting in line and they're not dueling, I feel like it is code that we can go ahead and ask a couple questions. Mosteller, quickly, are you saving fuel? Is the he blew an engine! He just blew up! That being Cody Workman, not Daniel Mosteller. Cody Workman is out of the Alabama 500, live with an interview with the driver sitting in front of him.
We heard Mosteller's reaction. How are you guys still doing up there now?
Oh, we got to get organized, but we might be cooked.
Were you saving?
I'm good to the end. They're all screaming. It's chaos, man.
We'll let you race. My goodness.
What timing. And horrible timing for Workman.
I thought, honestly, when I saw the smoke, I thought it was Mosteller at first. Cody Workman is out of the Alabama 500, the engine igniting, and the hopes of an e-ticket now dash. Then there were 3, but still 4 seconds of separation.
Man, I mean, what? Oh, around, somebody around in the pack there, and they save it again. They're going to avoid that as Kenyon and Burns got together. Now ping-ponging with Vila. Can he save it? No, he can't. In the wall, that might be the yellow.
It's going to be borderline if they call it.
It's out of the way, and they do.
Single car incident.
They called it.
Woo, man, there's a lot going on.
Wonder if we can talk to Cody Workman after that or not.
And we were going to ask, that was a great question to ask, hey, are you guys saving fuel, yes or no? They said they were good. The next question we were going to ask was Champagne. Champagne, are you saving fuel? And he was either going to give us, and I guarantee you the quote was going to be like this, hell nah or hell yeah.
Yep.
And the caution waves Abraham Vila. A significant amount of damage to the nose, but we've seen James Bomar fix it up. Let's watch back. We did have the speed telemetry displayed on the bottom of the screen. When things were going, I think this is going to be a perfect opportunity to go hit the drone camera.
So you'll see up there, you got to go further. Burns is in the bottom. We have to go further up. Burns got on the bottom. Oh, wow, and Kenyon pushes him. Burns, they just basically had a shoving match up towards the front on the apron in the grass.
A little drama, eh?
Hold on, we need to go back and see, did Burns go down on the yellow line to make a move, which is completely illegal, and then try to force his way up and start an accident on accident?
Well, let's see it right here. He goes below, and Kenyon does not have to allow him back up. That is the rule, and you can see Kenyon not trying to allow him back up. But what happens? Burns gets up anyways. Kenyon then hits back, and that's the fine line of what is good and what isn't. Yes, Kenyon doesn't have to allow him back up, but Burns forced himself back up. They were good.
Well, and there you go. That made that stack up in the pack.
And that's where you saw Abraham Vila catch the outside wall. I don't know, man. I mean, you're teetering on what is emotionally okay and what isn't, but I don't think you can almost blame Burns here because this is the bold move, right?
Well, you got to remember too that there is sort of it's almost
clear trying to force him back down.
It is true, and there is sort of that bottleneck almost at Talladega each way.
And it was so great. We have admins here. We don't have to do anything but broadcast the race and have the same opinions as the viewers have.
A lot of the viewers, let's see which ways they're going. A lot of them are not happy with Burns.
We got a great opportunity to put a poll up. So we got to ask you right now before the poll goes up, was it on Burns or was it on Kenyon? And that top 3 pull away, no more.
Riker Byram, the leader.
Maybe we can go ahead and chime in with a couple of them. I'd love to get to Cody Workman if we still can. We can. Workman, John Ramos, heartbreak here in the closing stages.
Yeah, man, I thought we had the winning recipe right there, man. We were right on our number for fuel. Didn't need to save and was managing the temps fine. Was getting up to almost up to 290 at times, but it blew right at 280, which, you know, it's not unusual for these at all. You know, but hey, man, you know, it sucks that it ended that way, but, you know, I feel like we made a lot of people proud. I had a lot of my guys watching tonight that were cheering me on. And, you know, this was a big confidence booster. Got to work with a lot of guys that typically don't work with us in NR, and even if we didn't win tonight, I hope we gained some fans and gained a little respect out there.
Unfortunate ending there for Cody Workman and what he had going. The AWG team, Ancient World Gaming, watching on from one side of the coin to the next segment. Spencer Burns, what all happened?
Hello. Well, we were losing the front pack at a second a lap, even though we had 20 more cars in our pack. Our top 3 guys were all fighting. We needed a new second guy in the pack, and I was like, all right, I'll push. So I called it out, went under the apron to pass Josh, cleared back up. He starts door slamming me, even though we're above the yellow line again at this point. So I started door slamming him back after he just kept holding it into my door. And I saved it, and he wrecked because he's trash. Nothing new.
Okay. You made the move below the WO line, but you got above the WO line. Do you think that hit late was retaliation or more of what you consider lack of?
Well, I cleared up before the tribal even started because I was trying to get to the second in line. I announced it over the mic. We need to catch up to the pack. So I was already above. He started hooking into me until turn 1, so I hooked him back. It's stupid.
And they are calling no penalty on anyone. Spencer Burns, good luck for the rest of this race. Even the admin chat, I know I can't show that, in disagreement. They're saying, no, it's Burns. No, it's Kenyon. No, it's Burns. No, it's Kenyon.
I can know what the viewers are saying.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it is now deemed racing incident as the pace car gets to turn 3. Let's go again. Turn the page to Dominic Barbagallo. Turn the page to Riker Byram. Barbagallo, the Pennsylvania native. Byram, that's West Texas, baby. And you may be saying, why we say West Texas? Texas is so big. He says West Texas is nothing like East Texas, and definitely nothing like those people in Austin. Whoa, that didn't come from me. That came from Riker Byram. That's how country and how cowboy he is. So, do we get the first blue-collar worker? I'm going to retract that. The second blue-collar worker to find victory lane in any ticket, with Dean Brummett being the first. Get those boot-cut jeans ready, because there's 26 to go. Two by two. Through the restart zone, we're back underway from Talladega. First on the pedal, Barbagallo. Nose inching out in front on the outside. That with the 87 of Mosteller. Byron gets a helping hand. Drops back, fades back. Barmagallo to the race lead heading to turn 3.
And he's got that lead with a push from Mosteller, Ray, and then they're double wide behind him. Top 3 trying to be a little more organized. Getting out of 3 and 4. Long shadows over the racetrack as we approach 25 laps left.
Malik to move. Mosteller to cover. Gavin Austin up the middle. Help with Spencer Burns.
And he gets the lead. Gavin Austin right on his back bumper with the push. Burns now up to the 4th spot beside Ray, up to 3rd now. And here's Lane Sanders joined in the fight.
He has a huge hand in this game. What can Sanders do to win the race? Mosteller leads, a place he has been before. In Enter Night in American, e-tickets alone. Can Gavin Austin make that bold move? He's topside with Ray.
Double wide, and here comes Rowe with the push from Contreras up top. They're trying to fight back. Don't have the numbers just yet, but they're fighting the good fight. Up front, Austin, Mosteller, side-by-side line. 24 laps left. Gavin Austin, your leader.
But now can he keep it? We haven't seen him lead much here tonight. Things could change. Can he reel in a row? Row up the track and collects Adam Garza. The Costa will wave once more. Oh, and you saw it coming from maybe about 100 yards back. Rowe wanted to get to the bottom in front of Kenny Reel, and they will try it again.
And now we hit that part of the race where we are...
Gotta expect it.
You were expecting it, yeah. But 2 really, really competitive drivers today. Rowe as well as Garza collected in that. Both of them raced up front. Great pushers, great leaders. And with 23 laps left, Gavin Austin leads Daniel Mosteller, Spencer Burns, and Malik Ray.
Man, oh man, we would try it again. And it just happened so quickly.
Well, you gotta think, I mean, with so many that have been taken out earlier, we're not looking at too many still on the lead lap in comparison, maybe 20 or so, if those guys have too much trouble to continue.
There's Rowe, the PBR driver on the outside with Eladon Contreras. And you're going to see Kenny Reel in 11. That scheme piloted by Zach Todruff. Oh, man, Sanders almost got into him. This obviously being the replay. Watch the 99. The question is, did he get tagged by Contreras or did he just come down? I don't think Contreras got into him at all. You can see the question. And then Reel just narrowly comes up the track.
Oh, Steinmeier barely involved in that. We'll have to see if he has too much damage. He's up in the wall. But we're lucky we didn't have another 5 to 10 cars involved in this wreck.
We saw the Team T explosion. We almost saw the PBR implosion. And there it is. Yeah, I wouldn't even say Reel went up the track. I wouldn't be surprised if the way the aerodynamics are, that car naturally pulled up with a car being right on the right front of his nose.
So you'll see that Jordan machine is tagged up in the wall. Garza and Kenyon nowhere to go.
Yeah, you just see the nose buckle on the 27. And everybody else scooted away to live for another lap. 22 laps to go. Let's talk about the drivers that are out. Braden Mubick, Xander McKinney, Christian Delgado, Dean Brummett, Tyler Tinsley, TCB, Gavin Gomez, Carlos Truther, and Chad Thornquist among the drivers not racing anymore. You can add Cody Workman and Van Drugman to that list as well. A couple drivers we haven't talked about. Mitchell Armstrong at number 32, racing to see another lap. Max Steinmeier, he's on pit road as company with Adam Garza, a teammate. I think we have to go ahead and hear what PBR has got to say. And we're just going to do a big interview with all of you guys. Sean Rowe, Adam Garza, Contreras. Steinmeier got a piece of it. Bomar, you saw it in your mirror. What all happened?
That was the PBR big one, boys. Good Lord. I think that got like, what, 4 of us? But I don't know, Sean. Tell him what happened. You better.
I have 2 words. Kenny Real happened.
Now we saw from our view that it could have been Sean Rowe coming down. We did see Real maybe come up a foot or 2.
All right, let me break this down.
Oh, Sean Rowe that said that. Oh.
Contreras getting hot. All right, these cars were overheating. I'm trying to give him air. I'm clear. And Kenny's looking for about 3/4 car length gap when there's just, it's not there. I mean, people in the session, the admins, Frank, Drew, they're on me with that. I mean, I don't know. You got to be smarter than trying to stick your nose where it doesn't belong. I mean, I don't think there was a hole. I mean, my race is over, but yeah, too much time to try to send it forward in turn 1. But it is what it is.
I think you would have been in a better spot if he lifted a little bit and let you in, because I had no one behind me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Well, we're going to get the 1 to go this time. Your team owner, Zach Tondra, watching back at home. What do you want to say to him?
Oh, God. Get out the check. Because we got some cars to repair, bro.
And that is the PBR fandom you saw there with Sean Rowe. Well, Kenny Real in the live chat is disagreeing with the words given to him. We get the 1 to go. Let's hear from Real. Real, what did you see? What did you hear?
He came down, wasn't clear, and I ain't lifting. Fuck that. Screw that. My bad.
Well, it is a live broadcast here, and emotions running high. Real, what are you feeling with just about 20 laps to go when you get to the line?
Just trying to stay in it, keep my car up front and out of damage. I'm just doing what everybody else would have done, not lift there for me, and yeah, apparently I'm getting a EOL for that, so I don't know how that's on me, but it is what it is.
10-4. We're going to continue to monitor situations. Once again, admins calling the action up atop. And we do apologize for the language, as when we interview some of these drivers during these live moments, they can tend to get a little carried out of the way because they badly want to do one thing: go to victory lane. We're in it. We're ready. This is what we got with the lights off.
Hey, John, you know what? I'd much rather take somebody slipping up with a lot of emotion and character than just a walking billboard that has no character whatsoever. 20 to go next time by, or this time by, I should say. And it's going to be Gavin Austin, Daniel Mosteller, Spencer Burns, Malik Ray, and Lane Sanders, your top 5. Coming to the restart. Some others to point out: Champagne in 8th. He's going to be, or 7th, I should say. He will be somebody that is going to be in the middle of everything. Greenwood, sentimental favorite. He's going to be up close to the top 10. So a lot of racing still to go.
Time to drive just one more time. 20 laps to go. Sun setting from Talladega. It's golden hour. Austin in 2. Mosteller looking for 3. Burns going for his first. Ray wanting to sit with the 2-time club. Matt Green in the Alabama 500.
Gavin Austin with a bit of a gap between the 2 even lines. Mosteller getting the push. He's got Malik Ray on him. Gets into the back of the 2. Nowhere to go but up. Tries to make it work. Austin down in front of Burns.
And they're separating that conga line, going from inches off the outside wall and out inches to the inside lane. Sanders into Ray. And one thing to talk about with Lane Sanders, we spoke with him, hey, you got to control your heart rate at the latter half of this race, or just races previous, because that's where he makes some mistakes in the final moments.
Up front, it's going to be Burns making the move. Mosteller now up the middle. It's Mosteller versus Burns. Austin shuffled back to 4th.
19 laps to go, and Spencer Burns is in a dead heat with the 2-time champ on the bottom. He's got Ray behind him, who wanted to go to the bottom, forced out of the gas, and allows Burns to get maybe too far out in front.
And back in the fight, while a little blink there, is Armstrong. Top 10 for the 22. Caution is out.
We'll see what it's for. It may be Abraham Vila again.
Caution number 7 on the night.
We were very consistent without incidents until at least as of recent. We've been starting to see an uptick and a trend. And yeah, I would say Abraham Vila, without a doubt, with how slow he is Off the outside wall, let's see it again.
Back half of the pack makes contact with Schmidt. Schmidt goes around.
I think that was considered the yellow. I think that was the yellow. It's for the turn of William Schmidt. Here with 18 laps to go. So the admins will make the decision, but we come to a slow once more. He just came down and flat hooked the 79.
Almost got the 11 too.
David Bell gifting $5 of a super chat. Thank you so much. With 18 laps to go, Spencer Burns is now the race leader. We've had so many super chats. I have yet to be able to get to all of them because of this great broadcast brought to you by you, the viewers, the community, and Jarrett coming on board as well. David Bell, thank you so much for the multiple super chats and the membership. Noah dropping down a gifted membership. Snappy dropping down 5. Lucky Duck came in a little bit earlier. Dropped down a gifted membership as well with Eric W. gifting 5. You guys are awesome, including the viewers back home. But we get another opportunity to talk about it. What is next? That was going to be considered a quickie yellow. So we're going to get the one to go this time by. But all these restarts are allowing these drivers to what? Think. Maybe too much? Now, when you start thinking too much, you start doing things a little bit wrong. It's almost like icing a kicker, right? How many cautions can you get where these drivers aren't full saw, used to that momentum, and drivers dicing their way in and out of the pack? Just got to wonder. They're going to restart with the Sweet 16. Burns and Ray, Barb and Mosteller.
Behind him, or behind them, Bomar back in the fight. Gavin Austin in 6th, got shuffled back. And then there's Huff, Contreras, Sanders, Justin Champagne, Joseph Armstrong right at that top 10 line.
Admins have called it relax yellows enabled. So this race, if you see a single car incident, go the distance. They were questioning it before the William Schmidt incident, and before they came to a conclusion, Schmidt went around. So the closer's got to get it back going, get the damage fixed before they get it back green. This is Talladega. Two by two. And we checked the poll. They said 71% wanted Spencer Burns to go to the rear. He now sits up front. Malik Ray, Mosteller. Just the beauty of Talladega. Coming to the end at the 4 to 500 win. Green the what? Last 32, 35 laps. Shootout here in April. Find a partner, it's time to dance. Spencer Burns, one of the few drivers to win in his first ever NR start, looking for his first e-ticket win, 16 to go.
Burns gets the jump. Barbagallo in 2nd, right with him. He's going to pick up, though, Malik Ray. Now it's going to be Burns trying, but not this time, because Ray goes up with Mosteller and Austin. They go for the lead on the high side.
Eladon's like, let's go, come on, let's maybe make a 3rd lane now. I think Joseph Armstrong's going to join in, he does. Same with Riker Byram, leaving few to fend in the middle lane.
Side by side again, Ray has the lead. Burns challenges. Burns on the bottom. He's got to push in the 17. The 87 on the back of the 01, though, they get the edge.
Don't look now. You just never know what can happen in these closing laps. Davis Lewis is in 15th. He's looking to mount up a charge deeper in the field as they all chase the Malik Ray 01 back to the line. It's 15 to go.
Mosteller to second, that bottom line, trying to get it formed up. High side has the numbers and the momentum. Ray, Mosteller, Burns. Mosteller dives low, and so does Ray.
And Barb is going to be right there. Bomar, second lane, third lane, in front of Aladon Contreras. He leads for now as Ray and Most join the elevator up top.
87 and 01, they are glued to each other. Ray looking low for a moment. The 17 of Barb, he is there. Gets the push from Huff. Huff pushes the 17 of Barbagallo to the lead, but for how long?
His bird, the word from Talladega. Huge fan of Ponchito. Huge fan of the three Caballeros. Needs a Caballero to find his way to victory lane, and ally at that. But Most will cross the bow in the 87, 14 to go.
Mosteller doesn't have the push, though. Palmar now gets his nose out to second. He's got the push from Contreras. And look behind him. Battling for the top 5 is Joseph Armstrong.
How did he come back? Those cautions. And when we say it's not over, it's not over. And for Joe, an opportunity in the Sim Seats Toyota. Bomar to the middle. A tag to Ray.
No help at all. He's going to go from battling for the win to trying to stay in the pack. Mosteller, Barbagallo, Huff, bottom line, top 3. Top line tries to battle it back. Malik Ray leads them.
You've been through war. You've had this long road trip. Get to the finish line and park it in victory lane. Ray, Contreras, Armstrong, Mosteller, the fast 4. Can Riker Byram bounce back? He's sitting in 6. And the outside lane, an advantage. Inches off the outside retaining wall.
Justin Champagne joins the fight. He pushes Armstrong into the top 5. That top line is just rolling as the bottom keeps dicing it up, and that's just going to give more and more and more help to the high side.
Here's Group 1. You see Group 2 halfway down the Alabama Gang super stretch. They're doing everything and anything to catch back up to this group after side drafting went wrong. Less to fend for a win, less to go for it. 13 to go. Will be 12 laps to go, all chasing Malik Ray.
Bottom line trying to fight back. They just don't have the numbers. In the wall is the 92. Ray nearly spins it. That might open the door. Mosteller to third. Mosteller looking low for the second spot.
Look at Dominic Barbagallo. He's not shoving at all. He's trying to keep that car as clean as possible for one reason and one reason only. Too many engines have exploded in this race for that Ford to feel comfortable. Yes, back even. Drawing even at that. But how long can you go without pushing before you realize you could be the liability to your line?
Now here goes Malik Ray to the bottom. He's going to block Mosteller, leaves Contreras leader to the high side. Ray back and forth, controlling the lines. That bottles up the high side. Mosteller now looking low, but Ray and Contreras, they're the ones with the push coming to 11 laps left.
18th on back, needing a caution after they got swept out of line. 17th on forward, hoping it goes green the rest of the distance. If you're just tuning on in, this was a 43-car race, 500 miles slugfest, and it's down to the best you have on your screen.
Mosteller at the best push he's had through 1 and 2. Gets almost even with Malik Ray. Ray in the high side now. They're going to get the push down the super stretch. Looks high. Nobody really making that move just yet. 92 is plastered to the 01. Huff goes up the track. He's going to jump on the high line.
11 to go, soon to be 10 to go. Mosteller is there. He crosses the bow and fends off the 01. Barbagallo advantage on the bottom, but he's getting a push by Sanders. A combo that we have seen not work in times past. Maybe advantage 87.
10 to go at the line. Mosteller looking for his unprecedented third e-ticket win. All on the super speedways at Daytona and Talladega. Has not won an e-ticket since this race a year ago. Down low, Barbagallo looking for his first e-ticket win, as is much of that bottom line. The underdog line, if you will.
But don't look away from Trevor Huff, that in the 55, the underdog story. He wants a one-way ticket with that Southwest 55 to victory lane. He's up to 6 for now. He will come to 9 laps to go this time by. Needs to be in the right place at the right time.
Malik Ray, though, he's the one. He is the one who can set this all off. He's had the fastest car all night, led the most laps, had the best run pretty much of anyone in the field. Coming to 9 laps to go. He is clear for now. Contreras looks low, 3 wide for a moment. Who makes the move?
Eladon's gonna have to make it stick. Allies, you got some out there with the teammates, but you're gonna have to work with who you've got. And most does not want to leave Ray. Almost put Armstrong in a bind.
Gavin Austin fighting his way back up the middle, but it's that high line getting the push. Joseph Armstrong now up to the 3rd spot up there. Not clear, though. It's just Mosteller versus Ray.
8 to go this time by. For the ones watching back at home, this is what you've sat around for the last, give it 3 hours. A race to the finish. Contreras on the bottom with Austin. Mosteller on the outside with Ray. 8 to go from Talladega.
Mosteller and Ray have the advantage, though. The 92 and the 2 not mustering up enough of a run to get up and challenge them. Mosteller now with a bit of a gap for the lead. Does that open the door for Ray?
I think what he's trying to do is keep him and Joe at bay on the outside. They can't go anywhere if Contreras and Austin are stuck in the middle.
Ray and Mosteller, they're the ones dueling up at the front. The whole top line back to Huff is clear. Any of them can make a move if they elect to do so. It's a matter of who goes with. Mosteller now a near 2/10 lead. Ray holding back, trying to get the run possibly?
Oh, maybe so, but he doesn't go for it. This event has been a treat. Now will the finish be just as good as the first 180 laps? 7 to go.
Contreras now with a push from Barbagallo, trying to make his way back up again. Contreras just won't go away. Now Mosteller blocks him. Up top, the 3 cars of Ray, Armstrong, and Huff try and muster it up. Blocked again by Demos. How long can you do it? Crash in the back, but it's not in the way of the leaders. They keep racing.
That's Zachary Truel, multiple laps down out of the way. Daniel Mosteller is going to be mirror driving for the final 6.5 laps for one reason, to sit head of the table of this community at our night in America. He has won 2, as many drivers like him have done before, but nobody has won 3. It's going to be checkers or wreckers for that 87. He gets to the line with 6 remaining.
6 laps left, but that is an eternity at Talladega. Plenty of guys can maybe go out and get the run. Now Bomar trying to lead the bottom line, but the bottom line just is not making it all the way to the front for very long. He gets the push. 92 of Contreras blinking all over the place, and it is hurting that bottom line, something fierce.
He may have to go. I mean, you saw how quickly Greenwood closed in.
Oh, and it's at 4 wide because he's blinking into cars now. Top line getting away. Mosteller with another car length lead, trying to break that trap for Malik Ray. Down low, Gavin Austin now leading. Shake and bake again with Chase Crawl. Mosteller leads Ray, Armstrong, Huff, Riker, Byram. High line is flying, coming to 5 to go.
Eladon forced to leave. All eyes glued to the TV. 5 laps remaining in the Alabama 500. Here comes Gavin Austin. A heave to the inside with Chase Crawl. They're up to 3rd. They're looking for 2nd. They may be side by side down the Alabama Gang Superstretch.
The 3 Talladega Nights throwback schemes are racing for the win on the bottom, trying to muster up some kind of fight against that high line. Mosteller now leads into 3 and 4 again. Bomar makes it 3 wide behind him. Gavin Austin has to shut the door and keep that bottom line at bay. He pulls up beside Malik Ray. He puts a nose underneath Mosteller. Gavin Austin trying for the lead, coming with 4 to go.
Can he do it? Can he grab his first e-ticket title tonight here from Alabama? Mose on the outside gets him by an inch. The art of sim racing on full display back to turns 1 and 2.
The push on the bottom comes again. Mosteller has to answer it by shutting the door. He blocks now up high, getting ahead of Malik Ray, but that opens the door. Gavin Austin pushed to the lead on the super stretch.
Boom. One can help, another cannot. I mean, he's got full help from James Beaumont.
Saved it. He saved
What a
it.
save by Justin Champagne. He drops back. Oh, Vila nearly puts Greenwood in the wall. There's still green to turn 4.
Champagne around in the back, and now a crash in the back.
Sanders, does he save it?
They don't all
do, and remember, it's relaxed yellows. We stay green.
Nobody loops it. 3 laps left in this race. Mosteller leads Ray again, but what that's done is completely shattered the bottom line. High line train. Those are the favorites to win it. Gavin Austin still fighting with Bomar and Steinmeier pushing behind him onto the super stretch.
Oh man, and Mosteller could see the whites of Ray's eyes just in his mirror. Sideways reel, single car spin, no yellow. 2.5 laps remaining.
Oh, and there's now a big gap between Huff and Ray. It's because Armstrong blinked out again. Now he has issues. Coming through 3 and 4 again. Coming to 2 laps to go at the line. Mosteller keeps the lead.
What he's doing, what he's trying to accomplish has never been done before. Malik Ray wants to take it away. So does Joseph Armstrong. But there's just less than 5 miles remaining from Talladega. 2 to go.
Mosteller now in front of a 3-wide battle behind him. Ray not clear. Yes, he is. No, they bounce off Austin. Austin now with the run. He gets into the back bumper of the 87. Loose behind him. Gavin Austin clears for a moment. Clears for the lead. But here comes Mosteller with a push from Vila.
Vila from the back to the front, trying to do the impossible. Gavin Austin, his heart racing at 1,000,000 miles per hour on the bottom. They just needed to see the white flag.
And he's clear. Gavin Austin clears out at 4. Coming to the white flag this time. Gets a draft off the lap machine. Comes up and blocks Mosteller.
Can he do it? Blocks once. Nearly put in the wall. Salamanca. 1 to go from Talladega.
Now the winningest driver in NR is second behind Gavin Austin. Somebody who's come so far in this community. There's just that much of a lead behind him. Vila starts to back off a little bit. No fight on the bottom. It's Austin. It's Mosteller. It's for the win.
PBR on the bottom. They need more drivers. Jump to the outside. Can the legendary status be held this afternoon? Austin Mirror driving. Mosteller looking to take it. Look for Vila in 1. He's going to make a move. This is the finish of the 2025 Alabama 500. Austin 2, Mosteller 87. Spinning to the line. Daniel Mosteller, 30-ticket title from Alabama. He sits head of the table from Talladega, #1 in NR Night in America. Can you believe it? Just stole it from Gavin Austin. What a race. What an event. Mosteller, you are ridiculous. The king of super speedways on top again. Just unreal. No curse. None of it.
0.012 seconds the gap. Another photo finish. And Mosteller, again, yes, king of the heap. Not only for NR, but for all e-tickets. The glass ceiling of 3 has been broken, John.
And it all goes to that driver right there. 2024 Florida 500 champion. 2024 Alabama 500 champion. 2025 Alabama 500 champion. He defends his crown on a sweet home Alabama evening. This is what sim racing is all about. And the chat has exploded. The Discord has exploded. Heartbreak for the 2 and joy for the 87. Oh my goodness. And he will burn it down at our night in America, feeling victories all year long. And you say, what makes this so interesting? Why do people tune in all the time? This right here. We're going to speak with your winner. Patrick, star and all.
And 0.067 seconds, the gap first to third.
Wow. And we're going to watch back on the replay soon enough. He did it. Can you believe it?
I mean, I've seen it happen twice before, so I can kind of believe it. But the way he did it, how close it is, we have on our end a picture of the finish. We could show you the replay. I mean, just barely by a nose.
We're about to call him Mr. Spring. All e-ticket victories from that season alone. Let's watch. Final moments. Austin leading. And honestly, the joy, you can hear the joy from us. You can see the joy from how they were racing to the viewers back at home. This was the move. Austin, Mosteller, all lined up. Vila did not make a move to the line. Look at this block by Gavin Austin. It was almost textbook, just almost.
Nearly perfect.
And most knew he's been in this position before. You got to come down. Got into Vila, gets into Austin, slows him down just enough. And I would say, etiquette-wise, that's pretty good because remember, Austin came up into the 87.
But that was the difference, is the one getting into the 87. That's what slowed down the two just enough to open the door for Mosteller to get the win.
Wow. I mean, we're talking what looked like inches.
Maybe, what, 400, maybe 200 feet from the finish, and Gavin Austin would have been your winner.
Yeah. And they say they put that start-finish line down there to sell more seats down to turn one. They put that start-finish line down there to make the finishes a little bit more wild. Who knows if most would even be a three-time e-ticket champ if it wasn't for how unique Talladega is. Let's go talk to your race winner. Welcome, head of the table, Daniel Mosteller, three-time e-ticket champion, back-to-back Alabama 500 winner.
Thank you for giving me some time to relax for a minute.
I think I've learned from the last two, that's what we had to do. Let you catch your breath.
Oh.
Do you even have words?
I don't know where to begin. Yeah, you need to take the lead for a minute, man. I need to grab something to drink.
Oh my goodness. And you know what? With how those closing laps were, we're going to remember this one till the end of time. Mosteller, Austin, Vila. I think he almost passed out.
He might have. Status report. Can we hear you?
Hey, I'm all good.
All good indeed. Good. I think that's a great way to describe just how you've been the last year and some change. You won the Florida 500. It came down to inches. You won the Alabama 500 in 24 with a bonsai move to the outside. And you won this one, once again, by maybe a foot, maybe inches. Who knows? Were you even thinking in the last 2 or 3 laps?
Oh, I was real concentrated on everything. Between managing the lines, keeping Malik's temperatures cool. Actually, shout out to Malik. He reached out to me with like 20 to go, and he became my drafting buddy. All my partners got wrecked in the first couple of laps, so I was all alone the whole race, and yeah, we worked so well together, and I was in a really good spot there. Almost the exact same spot as actually identical spots to Florida, and I learned from my mistakes then of timing the move and all of that.
The sun was setting, the speeds were up, no overtime. And honestly, you were in this position as well for the Florida 500 this year. How do you do it? How do you get up front, stay up front when it matters the most, and how do you just know when it's go time?
You know, I wish I could tell you. It just all comes natural to me. This super speedway race, and my mindset coming into this was I was just gonna chillax, you know, just let it come to me, and I got really lucky with that pit strategy. I actually did not mean to go a lap longer. I was told that I was basically gonna pit with the group, and I got told a wrong number, and going that lap longer actually put me way ahead of the pack with some more track position. So that was one of my winning moves. But
I'm gonna point this out.
I wish I could explain to you how I do it, because people ask me all the time, and I don't know how, man.
Well, I wanted to ask earlier. We had talked to Braden Movick, and he said that he was going to be so angry if you won. So what are you going to tell him now?
Look at my rings, man. I got one more than you.
Oh man, indeed. You pass Baker, who has held the two-time club really leadership because he was the first one since early 2022. That was April from Charlotte. You pass Movick. You pass Anthony Burrows. Excuse me, Burrows has won. So you pass Daniel Buttafuoco. You pass Chad Thornquist. The most two-time winners ever have been in a race. We're here. Was tonight. With the sun glowing, drivers started fading. It was just you. You were left to possibly make it happen. Were you thinking about that at all? How you could be the first?
No, I'm not worried. I was not worried about that at all. You know, my mindset changed after I won this race a year ago. It comes a lot easier when you're not expecting yourself to win. You know, it comes a lot easier when you're just doing your own race. And as I said before, just letting it come to you. And that's exactly what happened here tonight. And to be the first to get the 3. It's pretty crazy. You know, if you asked me last year if I was going to get the 3 in January, I would have called you crazy. And to be undefeated in this race it's really cool, man. It's really cool.
What do you want to say to these viewers? They've stuck around so long. They're still listening. They want you to acknowledge them. And honestly, there's so many here that have seen all 3.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone for coming out. I had a lot of fun. I want to thank you guys for broadcasting. I can't wait to listen back on it. Thank you to Malik for picking me up and letting me work with him towards the end, because I definitely would not have been able to do it without him. And yeah, I want to thank Tyler for sponsoring me with this awesome Patrick car. Can't believe he won. And I'm sorry to Vila because oh my gosh, I feel terrible because he's like won me all 3 of my events. I was going for Gavin's side draft and I hit him, and I feel terrible. It's crazy that we always meet at the end of these races, and it goes well for me and it doesn't go well for him. But again, just to be the first to get to 3, that's so cool. And I'm glad I won the argument with Braden. I think that's the best part about this.
Indeed. Congratulations on becoming a 3-time e-ticket champion. We're going to speak with second. For there to be a victor, there has to be a bridesmaid. And in this case, Gavin Austin. P2, you've had time to think about it. You've had time to control maybe any emotions you had. I know everyone's got their emotions running rampant. What could you have done differently if you could? I don't even know if I could even ask that, knowing with how it finished.
Wow. I mean, those last 10, 15 laps were crazy. I mean, I was trying my best to work with Chase. We were kind of cooking. We were working up to the front throughout, the entire race really, and those last 15 laps, I was just trying to be as aggressive as I could, trying to stay, up front, and I was able to do it. But man, I mean, I just can't explain how stressful it is leading on the last lap in an e-ticket like this. I mean, wow. I mean, that was, I don't know. I'm glad to get second, but it does hurt a lot to finish that close in an event like this, and definitely the Demos of all people, man. I mean, crazy. Congrats to him. 3 tickets now, so huge for him, man. But man, just sucks. I couldn't get it done.
Does that get you excited for Indy? Maybe NWP?
Oh man, I'm pumped. I am pumped for Indy. I'm pumped for NWP. Hopefully we can, show up in the NWP. Daytona's my most winningest track. So hopefully I can show up there and do good. But yeah, man, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. I mean, it sucks getting that close, but I'm still happy to get a good finish for RGR and Chase Crawl for making this beautiful scheme I ran today. CK Graphics, love Chase, thank you. And working with all my RGR teammates was great tonight, and everyone else that was out there helping me on track today, thank you. And I appreciate it.
Final thoughts. You got more e-tickets to go. You got Indiana, you got NWP. How do you walk away from this getting ready for the next?
I'm going for it all next time. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get something planned. I am winning. I'm winning an e-ticket this year. I'm calling it now. I am winning an e-ticket this year. I'm saying it right there.
And we can't wait to see
it's gonna happen
for you when that happens. Way to keep your head up high, Gavin Austin, P2. Spencer Burns, P3. So close. You were less than a car lane.
Take it. Yep, bronze medal, but like I said, always growing up, bronze was my favorite medal.
Why's that?
I'm just coping. I wanted to win, John, but I'm glad Gavin got second and Demo's winning is cool.
It was something wild there at the end, and you went up. We saw that Vila didn't go to the outside. Do you think that possibly played a role?
Yeah, so I was committed to pushing Vila since turn 2 on the white flag. I kind of figured my best chance at winning or getting second was just pushing him. And you know me, I messed with Vila, so I was fine with that. But the run just never generated because the pack just got so jumbled up in the turn 1 on the white flag. So there was just no run for anybody throughout the entire pack until all 4. When Max Steinmeier, he had a huge run, and I was really, really hoping he was going to push me because then I would have been able to take a run or shove Vila with that. But he went to the outside, and so I had to do a little Pied Piper and block him twice. And that was able to keep me 4th, and then one of them spun and I got 3rd. But I thought I was going to be a little closer. I thought there was going to be a little more door hitting. I thought I was going to get a run at some point. But perfect position, just didn't play out perfectly.
Indeed. Congratulations on P3. More e-tickets ahead for you, and we can't wait to see what Spencer Burns can do. Saw Max Steinmeier dropping down the $10 super chat saying W race. Congratulations yet again to Demos. Very grateful for Max Steinmeier. Same with David Bell dropping the $1. We saw at the corner of our screen Abraham Vila getting some air in. The photos that are being taken are being thrown in the Discord, so you can join the Discord by looking up the IDK Players server or the link down in the description below. Jarrett, 1 winner, 42 losers, and for Daniel Mosteller, he took them all the way to the house. Let's go ahead and look back at it. Mosteller, the race winner. Gavin Austin, Spencer Burns, Riker Byram, Dominic Barbagallo, Max Steinmeier, Abraham Vila, James Bomar, with Malik Ray and Joseph Armstrong rounding out that top 10.
Trevor Huff in 11th, and followed by Derek Shaver, Davis Lewis, William Schmidt, and Adam Garza, as well as Josh Kenyon, Dale Greenwood, Lane Sanders, Chase Crawl, and Justin Champagne, the top 20.
421st on back, Eladam Contreras, Kenny Reel, Yahir Rodriguez, and Mitchell Armstrong. Zachary Trull, 25th on forward. Patrick Connell, his first e-ticket event, saw him in 26th. David Joyner had internet issues all race long. Got home with the top 30. Sean Rowe, Cody Workman, and Van Drugman, 3 in a row, not meant to be.
Tough races for everybody else the rest of the way. Hector Colazo and Chad Hornish both 39 laps down in 31st and 32nd. Muvik, another just rough race, a rough year for Braden Muvik in the e-tickets, 33rd. Skylar's Comstock involved, as well as Nathan Dew, 91 laps off the pace. Xander McKinney, Christian Delgado, Dean Brummett, Tyler Tinsley, and Terrell Baker, all with a lot of trouble out of the race today.
And then we see the drivers that we won't forget about, those final three. Gavin Gomez, Carlos Struther, Chad Thornquist. Start with the incident with Chad Thornquist that collected Gavin Gomez and Carlos Struther. And unfortunately, they're, when you take the green flag, you expect to go the distance. For some, only a couple of laps. Before we go ahead and say goodbye, we want to thank our sponsors again for coming on and helping this event become a reality. Vega Dog Autosport coming on with the fastest lap award that we hope to get the answer for soon. And Sanders Racing Designs for the most laps led. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we could get that before the end. If not, we'll make a call in the Discord. If you want to sponsor a future e-ticket event, my email is in the description of this live stream, and we will quickly bring it back to our studios here in Nashville, Tennessee for final words. At the end of the World Grand Prix, we said, heck yeah, what a finish. At the end in Darlington, we said, wow, things need to be improved. Talk about improved here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the racing, for the most part, pretty clean. We had normal super speedway race, but nothing out of the ordinary. 7 cautions for a super speedway race on iRacing is nothing to scoff at all. We had the closest finish of the year. We have not actually had a overtime green-white checker finish since November in an e-ticket event.
Wow.
And special thanks as well to our admins who did a great job tonight, and they should be highlighted for what a great job they did tonight in the calls. Overall, had a ton of fun. This is so much fun, but we can't dwell on it too long because we have the Indiana 500 coming up in a few weeks. I believe May 16th is the main event, and then Bump Day on May 12th, a Tuesday that week. I believe the week of the All-Star race.
We got some updates here. 86 lead changes.
Wow.
Average lap time 58.4, so they never broke over a minute with all the cautions. We had 20 caution laps at that. 188 laps completed. Yes, you mentioned it. 7 cautions. And we'll look for the most laps led here in just a moment. We're going to have to go one after another if I'm not mistaken. But I believe the fastest lap, who's it going to? Joseph Armstrong. So Armstrong wins the fastest lap award, brought to you by Vega Autosport. And
Malik Ray with 42 laps led. I mean, we can check the rest of them, but I believe that is the most laps led in the race.
And it is confirmed. Malik Ray, an extra $20 bonus going to him. It pays to be up front. It pays to be fast. In this case, it also pays to see the checkered flag first. Daniel Mosteller getting it done. Don't wait too long, because we are going to be back very, very soon. For the ones that watch NWP, where are you guys live?
Wednesday night, we'll be live on Danny's channel, covering everything for Talladega in the next 2 days. I'll be live in this weekend after both races. Pre-race for Cup. We have a full weekend and week coming up, so be sure to tune into all of it. For John, what do you got going on?
What time is it?
10 something.
I got about 30 minutes to go to bed because I got to wake up bright and early at sunrise to go to Anderson Speedway to call some races in person live on Racing America and Track TV. But we'll be back with the Area Cup Series. We'll also be back with e-ticket events. You can catch me, I think, at this point, I might as well just say every weekend on Track TV and Racing America. That's why we have missed so many Friday nights. And honestly, the Friday nights we have scheduled are for our big e-ticket event. So yes, I apologize for canceling the Tuesday stream. It was in preparation for this. We realized we were behind with some scheduling conflicts that I had come up, so we had to axe that stream, but I think it's bittersweet. What a race we had today, and shout out to everyone on the production side for coming together on that Tuesday and Wednesday to get things going. So once again, really every Saturday, it feels like, live on Racing America Track TV in person at a short track this week, Anderson Speedway. Next week, for the first time this year, Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. And for everyone else watching, we'll see you at the Indiana 500. David Bell dropping down the $10 super chat, saying awesome race. Tyler Tinsley, happy for Demos and Tin Can Decides, saying so long from Talladega, as this has been the 29th e-ticket event, the Alabama 500.